Good morning, everyone, and welcome to today's New York City Council hearing for the Committee on Cultural Affairs, Libraries, and International and Intergroup Relations. At this time, we ask that you silence all cell phones and electronic devices to minimize disruptions throughout the hearing. If you wish to testify today, please fill out a witness slip at the Sergeant-at-Arms desk located in the rear of the room. We thank you for your cooperation. Mr. Chair, we are ready to begin.
Good morning and welcome to the hearing for the Committee on Cultural Affairs, Libraries, and International Intergroup Relations. I'm Councilmember Chi Osei, chair of this committee. Today we will begin with a hearing on the city's 3 library systems, followed by a hearing on cultural affairs. First, I would like to thank all the presidents for attending the roundtable and sharing your views and concerns regarding the library's budget. I too was very disappointed to see a reduction to the operations subsidy of the systems in the November plan. Reductions totaled $13.6 million in fiscal 2023 and $20.5 million in fiscal 2024 to 2026. This council calls on the administration to support the library systems by increasing their expense and capital budgets to meet all shortfalls the systems have. This morning, we will be discussing the fiscal 2024 preliminary expense and capital budget for the systems. For fiscal 2024, the admin is proposing a $411.2 million subsidy for the systems. The fiscal 2024 preliminary capital commitment plan includes $936.6 million, which covers fiscal 2023 to 2027 for the library systems. The 10-year capital strategy that is released every 2 years includes $1.3 billion in fiscal 2024 to 2033 for capital construction and reconstruction projects for the systems. The libraries continue to make strides since the challenges presented post-pandemic. The 3 library systems are regaining attendance as local libraries continue to open and get back to normal operations. Capital projects are coming to fruition as once closed branches become new vital and vibrant operations for the communities. With all the work that the libraries do, the fiscal 2024 preliminary plan does not adequately fund the city's 3 library systems. Additional funds are needed to support the libraries so that they can manage the year-over-year increase in programming and circulation expenses and cover the rise in cost of materials, staff, and operating expenses. Funds also allow the systems to maintain physical spaces and cover repairs and upkeep that are not capitally eligible. Additional funds will help the systems to embark on new and exciting projects, plan for future projects beyond addressing emergencies, make buildings fully accessible to all, and reconfigure branches for how New Yorkers use libraries today with increased programming, educational, and community space. I want to ensure that the fiscal 2024 preliminary plan adequately funds the city's library systems as they continue providing services to the neighborhoods throughout the city. It is essential that the budget we adopt this year is transparent, accountable, and reflective of the priorities and interests of the council and the people we represent. I look forward to an active engagement with the administration over the next few months to ensure the fiscal 2024 adopted budget meets the goals the council has set up. I want to recognize the members of this committee who are present, Councilmember Ung, Councilmember Lewis, Councilmember Dinowitz, and online we have Councilmember Moya. I would also like to thank my staff for organizing today's hearing, Naomi Hopkins, my Chief of Staff, May Vuchapong Vatana, my Director of Policy and Budget, and I would like to thank committee staff, including Committee's Counsel, Brenda McKinney, Legislative Policy Analyst, Regina Paul, and Financial Analyst, Sandra Gray. Now I want to pass it off to Brenda McKinney for some housekeeping items.
Thank you so much, Chair, and good morning, everyone. Again, we'll just start with a couple of housekeeping items. We do not need to administer an oath for the libraries this morning, but we wanted to remind everyone that the public portion for public testimony at today's hearings will begin at 2 p.m. We will also have cultural affairs testimony scheduled to begin at 12:30 p.m. if anyone is here early for that. Again, later this afternoon for the public portion, we will have a 2-minute clock, and for all hearings today, we will have a 5-minute clock for council members. As the sergeant said at the beginning of the hearing, witness slips can be submitted to the sergeants in the back of the room. And just a reminder that if you pre-registered, you still should submit a witness slip if you are here to testify in person. Finally, this is just a reminder that written testimony can also be submitted up to 72 hours after the hearing. It can be submitted at testimony@council.nyc.gov. Thank you very much, and I will now go to the libraries, and you may begin your testimony when ready.
Good morning. I'm Linda Johnson, President and CEO of Brooklyn Public Library. Thank you, Speaker Adams, Chair Osei, Finance Chair Brannan, our Brooklyn delegation, and the entire City Council for supporting New York City's libraries. For the first time in my tenure, libraries are facing significant cuts to our baseline operating funding. In total, $36.2 million of essential operating funding was not carried through in fiscal year 2024 preliminary budget. Today, I ask for your continued support and urge you to reject the administration's proposal to cut $20.5 million from libraries. It is equally important that the Council restore its libraries initiative, which you funded last year at $15.7 million. While our top priority is to defend ourselves from budget cuts and maintain adequate service for all, we are also requesting an urgently needed capital allocation of $80 million per library system, a total of $240 million total. Our public libraries have been a cornerstone of New York City's social infrastructure for more than 125 years. We provide a safe, dignified, and absolutely free public space to every New Yorker in every neighborhood. Our beloved staff, some of whom you will hear from later today, have been dedicated to serving their communities with resources and programming that make the library the most trusted, the most democratic, and the most far-reaching institution in our city. We play a critical role not only in the educational, cultural, and civic lives of New Yorkers, but also in their health and safety. As we were reminded in last week's New York Times article addressing the budget cuts and describing our beautiful new branches, and I quote, "It's a question of recognizing value." We know that investment in our libraries yields exponential returns in the well-being and vibrancy of our communities. Now, more than ever, we should be increasing, not cutting this investment. Over the past several years, libraries have been asked to absorb mid-year reductions. In order to meet the city's PEG targets, vacancies have gone unfilled and staffing shortages are resulting in frequent disruption to services and programming. These deficits persist while our staffing needs grow. In the coming months, we will debut a new library focused on arts and culture in Brooklyn's Cultural District, and open branches in Brower Park, East Flatbush, and Sunset Park, as well as the Center for Brooklyn History. Together, this will require 40 new staff positions. That we are now facing a potential loss of $36.2 million in operating funds, over $10 million for Brooklyn Public Library alone, it's devastating. A loss of funding of this magnitude would result in a permanent reduction of staffing and harm our ability to deliver service and programming across the system, including in these new branches. It would threaten the progress that we have made with our programs to attract talent and diversity to our library staff, like Pathways to Leadership program, which offers our non-librarian staff from historically underrepresented groups scholarships for master's degrees in library and information sciences. Or our library trainee program, which recruits and provides mentorship for people with diverse background and varied educational experience. One of our recent librarian trainees started their career as a custodian at Central Library. Soon after being accepted into the Pathways to Leadership program, they were promoted to librarian trainee at Brighton Beach Library, where they now create innovative young adult programming for the community. We should be in a position to foster these success stories. Instead, we will be forced to permanently eliminate vacant positions. If these cuts are implemented, we will be forced to shorten hours or have Saturday closures, even though the number of library visits continues to rise, and we issued a record 143,000 new library cards last year. Demand is high enough that we are on track to issue 170,000 more cards this year. We will be forced to cut our collection spending at a time when checkouts are on pace to be higher than ever, projected to hit 7.5 million, with more expensive digital checkouts making up half of that number. If these cuts proceed, we will be forced to make agonizing choices about cutting programs and rolling back critical community services. Our patrons rely on Brooklyn Public Library for diverse range of civic, social, and educational services. There is far too much at stake to risk program cuts. Brooklyn Public Library's Books Unbanned program has loaned over 88,000 titles to teens who have been denied access to banned books, and its stellar team won a Library Journal's Librarian of the Year and 2 Anthem Awards. Our Intellectual Freedom Teen Council helps students across the country protect their right to read whatever they choose. This work even caught the attention of former President Obama, who highlighted the library's efforts to combat censorship in a tweet from his official account. Our bookmobiles traveled over 2,000 miles last year, and they continue to bring books, computers, and library cards to community centers, places of worship, shelters, and parks all over Brooklyn. We are providing information and services to thousands of asylees arriving in New York City each month. The library's laptop hotspot loan program provides relief to thousands of patrons and serves students who lack critical internet access or the devices they need to connect to classrooms. Our new hotline and digital navigator program helps patrons across access federal broadband subsidies and low-cost or free internet services. Last summer, our summer reading program gave out 20,000 books for kids, and more than 4,500 people participated in Brainy Babies, an interactive series for early literacy. We opened a new teen tech center at the Crown Heights Library, offering a wide range of tech instruction, including web, video game, and graphic design, programming, podcasting, and robotics. And we will open 3 more teen tech centers this summer at Saratoga, Adams Street, and Bay Ridge libraries. Book Match teen volunteers provided over 400 hand-picked personalized reading lists. And one of our most exciting new programs, Teen Takeovers, are being hosted monthly throughout the borough. Recently, teens took over libraries in Crown Heights, Brooklyn Heights, and Canarsie from 6 to 8 p.m. to play video games, board games, enter raffles, play music, use the PA system, and annihilate some pizza. Attendance has been brisk and enthusiastic. In fact, a much-anticipated teen takeover karaoke night will take place this evening at Midwood Library. The 3 library systems, in collaboration with New York's fine cultural institutions, have been offering free passes with a library card, and the program reached 200,000 active reservations last month through our Culture Pass program. And finally, our exciting new programs and collections continue to represent the diverse history and culture of Brooklyn. For example, we are proud to partner with Queens Public Library, the Institute of Museum and Library Studies, and over 40 cultural institutions across the country to honor, promote, and continue the legacy of hip-hop, born 50 years ago right here in New York City. To celebrate this golden anniversary, libraries across Brooklyn will highlight contributions by Brooklyn artists through programs on learning to DJ, graffiti art, breakdancing, spoken word, poetry, fashion, movies, and most of all, the music. The proposed cuts to our operating budget would impede Brooklyn Public Library's ability to host the vibrant and vital programming the community expects from us. While protecting the library's operational funding is my highest concern, Providing reliable service and exceptional programming requires branches that are cool in the summer and warm in the winter. It requires elevators that work and roofs that do not leak, and it requires additional capital funding this year to advance our critical infrastructure projects. We are facing overwhelming shortfalls in capital funding. We are currently, Brooklyn Public Library has over $340 million in unfunded capital needs. 1/3 of these are emergency needs like roofs, HVAC systems, or fire safety and accessibility upgrades. Every year, we spend precious operating dollars maintaining old boilers, replacing dilapidated furniture, and funding temporary heating and cooling fixes while we wait for long overdue capital projects to be completed. In the last fiscal year, we lost more than 2,000 hours to unplanned closures or infrastructure issues at 47 of our 61 branches. Just last week, Cortelyou and Sunset Park libraries closed unexpectedly because of heating failures, and Macon Library the week before. We have multiple projects waiting to begin construction or delayed in planning stages because we are saddled with $36 million worth of shortfalls on projects scheduled for this year. We are requesting $80 million in capital funds for fiscal year 2024 to help us cover shortfalls and move forward with our critical infrastructure projects. Chair Osei, members of the committee, I'm sure you agree that the city's libraries are, as the New York Times recently called us, the beating heart of our communities. But the health of our institution, and therefore the community, is under threat. Cutting our funding is short-sighted. Though we are a small part of the city budget, only 0.04%, we have an outsized impact on the well-being and vibrancy of the entire city. You have shown that you recognize the value of our public libraries. You can help make this budget a reflection of your priorities by ensuring the administration's proposed $20.5 million cut to libraries is reversed, by restoring the council's library initiative of $15.7 million, and by advocating for each of our library systems to be awarded $80 million in capital funds. The future of our libraries depends on your leadership and support. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Tony Marks. I'm the president of the New York Public Library. You have my written testimony. I'm going to summarize here. I want to start by, of course, thanking Speaker Adams, Chair Osei, and all the members of the committee for inviting us to testify and for your amazing support of the libraries, but importantly, for our communities, for the citizens who depend on the libraries. That's what's at stake here. We know that the libraries, as we've all heard eloquently from other speakers outside and now from Linda and I'm sure from Dennis, that we offer vital support to all, regardless of background, income, birthplace, beliefs. Libraries are indeed for everyone, which is why they are the most trusted civic institution in this town. Now we see a greater urgency for the work of the libraries as we attempt our best to more equitably rebuild this city and where it's heading. We've responded to challenge on so many fronts, focusing our efforts more than ever on those underserved communities and finding more resources and more opportunities for those who need them most. The city's proposed cut of $36.2 million seriously hamstrings our ability to even continue with this agenda, which we have all worked so hard to build the momentum of over the last years. The scale and magnitude of these cuts would impact our operations across the board, our capacity to open new branches just after we've invested huge amounts of capital in them, to keep our current hours, to maintain our collections, to offer the extensive educational and other programs. Today I want to quickly summarize for you not just what the library does, but what the city and the citizens stand to lose from this level of cuts. Start with the basics, our collections. We provide crucial access to reading materials, especially in neighborhoods where there simply aren't books at home. We are that collection of information and make it accessible. We've done everything we can to go further. We eliminated late fines, absorbed that cost. We gave away at the New York Public 500,000 books as part of a $2.8 million special investment in kids reading this summer. It's why we're investing $1 million on top of our collections budget so that we can make sure that the collections in the neighborhoods reflect the people of that neighborhood, the power and the diversity of the citizenry. We also need to get our collections out to educators and partner with the public schools. So we've created a Center for Educators in Schools to do just that. Workshops, fellowships, providing lesson plans, primary documents, making the teaching even more exciting for our students. And then there are all our education programs that, again, we have together been building and changing what a library means so that it can be relied on as the proactive education centers and service centers in our neighborhoods, including our least resourced neighborhoods, where there often are no other resources. So we need to target all ages. We have our early literacy efforts with story time, and I think in FY22 we had 131,000 attendees there. Our after schools are now at 31 sites. Our new Teens 360 initiative is expanding. We know that we have to get the teens into the libraries. We need to offer them the latest technology, the latest programs. That's what brings the teens in. And we know that works from our flagship teen center at the Stavros Niarchos Foundation Library in Midtown. Teens are coming from all over the city to use that music studio, that maker space. And in partnership with the mayor and with private funders, Google, Best Buy, and the Jolie Family Foundation, we have 20 teen centers and libraries in the lowest income neighborhoods in the city. And we need to keep building that, not reducing that commitment. Asylum seekers, you've heard as well, of course, because we are the most trusted, most welcoming. We are everywhere in the city, in every neighborhood across 5 boroughs. So naturally, the asylum seekers come to us. They know they can trust us because their family and friends say they can. They are already coming for the largest English language instruction offerings for free in the city. So now we've got, as Dennis said this morning, we've got folks seeking help lining the block around the Bronx Library Center and so many other of our locations. We're providing 5,000 welcome kits. We are trying to get in library cards directly to everyone, working with the humanitarian emergency response and relief centers. All of that to ensure that New York's not just tradition, but its obligation, the source of the power of this city, is its ability to attract diversity and talent. It always has been. Here's the latest wave. We're standing up to be the welcome for that. We cannot reduce that investment without risking our reputation as the city that is the city of immigrants, and that's why it is the most powerful city on the face of the planet. We can't give up at that. Civic engagement. We need our teens, we need all of our citizens feeling like democracy can work for them. Again, because we're the most trusted, because we've already been involved in participatory budgeting, we've said, what else can we do? How can we take the teens who come in for the technology and for the programs and say, let's create some paid program positions, to get teens involved in topics. Let's explore, and we are doing this now, how we can use our trust and the patrons who are already there to engage in local efforts to redress issues so that people can see, the people in the neighborhoods can see that democracy can actually deliver for them. And we will continue all of that proactively And at the same time, we understand in this moment, in this national climate of a rash of book bans and protests of drag story hours, that we have to stand as an institution, that is part of our civic engagement, to say we are committed to the mission of everyone having the access to the materials and the programs and the opportunities that they seek. Lastly, I'll just say on the Capitol front, you've already heard, if we don't have great, inspiring spaces that are not leaking, we can't do any of the other things that people rely on us to do. We have, together with the city, made great strides, and we know that when we bring renovations to a close, it has serious effects, uptick in terms of usage. In Washington Heights, neighborhood I grew up in, after our renovation was done, we saw a 105% increase in attendance. We have other major recent renovations at Roosevelt Island, New Amsterdam, Bloomingdale. We currently have projects underway in 5 major Carnegies, and we also know that we have major renovations at 6 locations that are expected to conclude during the coming fiscal year, including, again, in the neighborhood I grew up in, Inwood, a project that is adding 177 fully affordable housing units on top of the library, as well as a community center. Our current capital needs are based not only on the basic necessities like heating and cooling, but also reflect given neighborhood's income level. Together, our total needs are $536 million, and that includes the much-needed major renovations we seek to do: Tompkins Square, Seward Park, Francis Martin, Spuyten Duyvil, Hudson Park branches, amongst others. We know that the city has been working at the capital process reform through its task force. We continue to look for success there so that we can have an even more effective partnership with the city, and in particular with DDC, to get projects done on budget and on time. We know it's essential that we be part of the 10-year capital plan, and we look to you to advocate for that. Let me conclude. For years, public libraries have been stretching our limited resources to meet the growing needs of New Yorkers. We have, in effect, done and are doing much more with basically the same level of funding. We have done that in partnership with you. It's only possible because of the support of the City Council and the administration that we can continue to do it. We have stepped up because we have to, because the city needs us more, and because there's no one else so readily available. As the mayor likes to say, we are the Swiss Army knife of meeting the citizens' needs, because we are ready and flexible and able, because of our amazing staff, to do these kinds of initiatives, our teen centers, our English language, creating these beautiful new branches. All of that is potentially at risk with this budget. Now, I'm not proposing, we are not at the place of saying what will stop or what needs to stop. We're simply trying to give a sense of the scale of what this level of proposed cut. This is not something we can simply absorb. This is going to hit us, and therefore hit the citizens of New York. And it just seems like that would be a terrible shame, and a reverse of all that we have all worked on, together with the administration, with its investments, to get this done. We should not be at this painful place, given what the library does and how we all feel about it. It is a great shame to think or even imagine that our services would be disrupted, that our openings at branches would be postponed. Those kinds of cuts, none of us, including the mayor, want to see that happen. And we have to work together to make sure that we have the budget fully restored so that that won't happen. Thank you for your time, Mr. Chair.
Good morning, and it's a pleasure to greet you. I'm Dennis Walcott, President and CEO of the Queens Public Library. And it's a pleasure to be here today. Chair Osei, Speaker Adams, and the members of this esteemed committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify on our budget priorities for the upcoming fiscal year. I also want to add, it's nice to be on this side of the table and not the other side of the table as in the past. So it's a pleasure to be here with my esteemed colleagues as well, Linda and Tony. I'm going to give a summary of the presentation that was given earlier because you've heard it all. You're going to hear it not as much from me, but also what you'll hear today is just the uniqueness of our three systems, in that while we're alike a lot, we also have our unique ways of doing business based on our communities as well. And it's really an honor to be part of this three-system approach because it really serves the community. So what you'll hear from me basically is just a quick summary of some of our unique programs at Queens, but more importantly, trying to just reinforce the message that both Linda and Tony indicated earlier. Our libraries champion the need of young people. QPL's, Queens Public Library's Kickoff to Kindergarten program develops early literacy skills through guided activities and story times for children ages 3 to 5, and promotes at-home literacy and conflict analysis strategies for adults. For new caregivers, we started QPL Baby, New Mama's virtual support group to bring resources and support directly to caregivers with infants from 0 to 12 months old. Families depend on their local branches for extracurricular activities and after-school support. Our STACS program is our premier after-school enrichment program, which gives children in kindergarten through 5th grade the opportunity to learn outside the classroom in a safe environment. This past summer, for the first time since the pandemic, we resumed hosting free summer meals for children and teens at our libraries in collaboration with the New York City Department of Education. At the same time, through summer reading, our young customers enjoyed our thoughtfully curated book list, discussed the latest young adult novels at book clubs, and competed in our reading challenge, which logged 488,000 minutes among 1,100 participants. We are thankful to the mayor for recognizing the critical roles libraries play in the lives of teenagers who need our support now more than ever before. Under the mayor's teen initiative, we are expanding our successful Youth Justice Corps, giving more people leadership opportunities and providing communities with alternative responses to youth crime. We're helping young adults get their GEDs, providing resources like case management, loanable laptops, and career workshops. We are engaging teens in podcasting, robotics, which, matter of fact, took place this weekend at our libraries with a rousing competition that took place, coding as well, songwriting, an upcoming series of programs focused on mental health, which we know is particularly crucial for adolescents right now. Building on the model of our Far Rockaway Teen Library, QPL is upgrading teen centers at Central, Cambria Heights, and Flushing libraries, and establishing a new teen center at Long Island City Library as well. With guidance from our dedicated staff, even more teens are able to develop creative and technological skills and receive counseling and resources to navigate the college application process, identify post-secondary pathways, and learn firsthand about the impact of community service and civic engagement. Throughout 2022, QPL launched several groundbreaking initiatives to meet the needs of the diverse communities we serve. To combat rising prices and food insecurity, in partnership with the Food Bank of New York City, we hosted 18 food pantry events at Laurelton, St. Albans, and Rochdale libraries, benefiting nearly 12,000 people in 2,800 households. In an effort to preserve remember the borough's history, our Queens Memory Project launched Queens Name Explorer, an interactive map that uses crowdsourcing to collect and share the stories behind the names of our local parks, our streets, and our schools. And now we have Language Line, a live phone-based interpretation service with the ability to interpret 240 languages available at every public service location, improving our access to our resources. With the influx, as Tony and Linda indicated, of asylum seekers coming through our doors, Language Line has been incredibly useful. In addition to these newly arrived individuals who visit our central library each day to apply for ID NYC card, and a cadre of library staff volunteer their time to provide interpretation services to assist with the application process. We also conducted outreach in shelters, providing asylum seekers with books, games, school supplies, and gloves, as well as information on free library services, such as our New Americans program. And New American program has been assisting our newest residents as they adjust to life in America while celebrating their cultures in the most diverse place in the country. Our mail-a-book service helps homebound customers of all ages receive library materials delivered directly to their doors. In fiscal year 2022, user activity increased by 34%, with service to over 23,700 customers who received some form of mail-a-book service. As part of our See You on the Outside program, staff prepare individuals for reentry from incarceration by helping create professional resumes and providing resources tailored to their work experience and skills. Through our technology reentry program, we equip people released on parole with smartphones that connect online resources and services, including QPL programming, and we provide technology assistance and job training to support their reentry goals as well. Last month, as indicated, QPL, along with Brooklyn Public Library and New York Public Library and other cultural institutions, which also earned me mad props, officially launched our commemoration of the 50th anniversary of hip hop. QPL's inaugural event, and this is where the mad props come in, was with legendary rapper and author producer Chuck D. So I now have a picture with me and Chuck D and our Uncle Ralph, who is our full-time hip-hop coordinator, Ralph McDaniels, talking about the importance of hip-hop and what it's meant over the last 50 years. All associated program will be recorded and cataloged in QPL's digital hip-hop archive, preserving these innovative resources so they are readily available for all in the future. In 2022, our combined in-person and virtual programming attendance doubled from the previous year to roughly 628,000. Now, a bit more halfway through the current fiscal year, our total attendance has surpassed that. And what you really hear from all of us is that libraries are here, we're serving the public, we continue to grow, we continue to innovate, and we're here to make sure that people are able to benefit. I'm not going to go on because you have our testimony, but what I do want to stress is a point that Tony and Linda mentioned as well, and that our capital needs are tremendous, just like our program needs. And our capital needs provide our communities, your communities, with high quality buildings. We can't afford to close because of leaks. We can't afford because we don't have heat. We can't afford because there's a breakdown, and then using our expense money instead of capital money. Our need is for more capital dollars, and then there's a direct correlation between the capital and the personnel size. Because as you've heard me talk about before, and us before, in that a lot of us had 7,500 square feet Lindsay boxes. Those Lindsay boxes are going by the wayside now. And we're growing our 7,500 square feet buildings to roughly 15,000, 18,000 square feet. And when you grow a building, then you need additional personnel as well. And we can't afford to cut our personnel. We have to maintain our staffing and grow our staffing to meet these demands. And there's a direct link between the capital and the expense side of what we do, because as I indicated outside, we are for free. We're here to serve the public. Our goal is to make sure we continue to innovate, as well as provide diverse collections, both in-person collection with books and materials, as well as the e-materials as well. We're here to serve you, we're here to serve the public, but most importantly, we're here in partnership as a part of the city that we love. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the three presidents of our wonderful systems. I do want to acknowledge Councilmember Hudson, who has joined us. I will aim to not ask many of the questions that you all have answered throughout your thorough testimonies, and we do have written copies, but I apologize in advance if I am asking questions that you've answered before. But for fiscal year 2024, the admin is proposing a $411.2 million subsidy for the systems. This is a reduction in the subsidy of $42 million from the fiscal 2023 adopted budget. And all three of your testimonies, you mentioned that these cuts will be detrimental to libraries, particularly to staffing and operations. How would a restoration of these cuts and the allocation of the library's initiative help support our libraries?
I'll start. And the issue really becomes how much we sustain in terms of reduction of positions and reduction of collections, the two sort of buckets that we have to pull from. And if we were to, if we receive the level of cuts that are being proposed at this stage of the budget cycle, we are in jeopardy of losing 78 positions at a time when we actually are desperately in need of increasing over 40 positions in order to staff some of the new libraries that are coming online.
Good. No, after you.
Similarly, so if you take the PEG that has been proposed, $9 million to the New York Public Library, some of that we would have to look to reduce the library materials budget, which seems like a great tragedy given that people are eager to read this material and often have no other access to it. But the largest, as with Brooklyn, we would not be able to avoid reductions in our positions. Roughly 85 vacant positions we guesstimate would have to be reduced. And, you know, we just want to put that into, we don't know exactly how we're going to do this, and we very much hope we will all agree not to do this. But we're trying just to level set with a sense of the scale of that kind of cut. A 10% cut to our basic, to our baseline funding is the equivalent to 10 fewer branches in our system at a moment when we're reopening 6. I mean, again, it's sort of crazy to imagine that we would invest this kind of money to create these wonderful new branches that these neighborhoods desperately need, and then find that we don't have the money to reopen those, or we don't have the money to open all of them, or lose a day a week, or 6 hours per week system-wide. Again, I want to be very clear. Those are not our plans. That's just to give you a sense of the scale of what this cut would do to our ability to deliver on what New York depends on us for.
I just want to add one point, and one point is that we are a lean operation, plain and simple, to start out with. I mean, all three systems, we are extremely lean, and we're effective really being that lean. And any further cuts to the system really goes beyond effectiveness and being lean. It is counterproductive to what we'll be facing. And like Tony and Linda indicated, we're looking at a variety of options and how we're going to handle any proposed cuts. And it may impact staffing, it may impact hours, it may impact a variety of things. And as we get closer, we're doing deeper analysis. But I just, with your permission, Mr. Chair, just take one example since I only see one Queens member here. And so I want to just do a quick story for a second, because the council member who is here, as she indicated outside, Flushing is part of her ecosystem. And one year, the city called on libraries to open up its doors because of a tremendous heat wave on the 4th of July. I'll never forget that. And we got maybe a couple of days' notice. Turned it around, we opened it up just like that. And at Flushing, without maybe 2 days notification, we had, God knows how many people came through that door. Close to 5,000 people came through the door that one 4th of July. If we don't have the staff in place to do that, or turn that around, then it puts the city at risk. And that's why I think what you're talking about with potential cuts and what it means to us will impact us in ways that people just take us for granted. And we can't be taken for granted, because we are there providing services, cooling centers, you name it. We've talked about it before. Vaccine sites, we're just there. We're just serving the public in so many ways. And then to correlate it to what Tony said about, and Linda, the new branches, it's just totally counterproductive. I mean, we're going to be opening up Far Rockaway at some point this calendar year. It's going to be a brand new library out there, and maintaining our team library in Far Rockaway at the same time. We're going to have to make some tough decisions as far as how we manage that type of growth, because it's going to be a bigger, more beautiful library. And at the same time, we have the burden of making sure that it stays open. These cuts makes that type of decision-making more difficult.
Yeah, I just add something. Chair Osei outside said we're beyond cutting to the bone, we're cutting to the marrow. And it's not only about sort of what our operating schedules are, but when you are running as leanly as all of us are right now, you risk emergency closures because somebody gets sick or calls out. And so you have, and in our case, we had, I think, 2,000 hours of emergency closings over the past year, which means that the community that counts on you to be open when you say you're going to be open, which is a fundamental tenet of librarianship, is actually disappointed, and in some ways, in a way that definitely impacts their daily lives. And we work hard to ensure that we're open when we say we'll be open, but when you are as thinly staffed as we are, it doesn't work. And it's been going on for too long.
Thank you. I definitely want to return to staffing. I'm going to ask one more question before turning it over to Councilmember Hudson. But I also want to ask about the impact of right-wing homophobic and transphobic harassment on the three systems that are happening here in our city. And I'd like to point out that the mayor is cutting funding from our public libraries at the exact moment that they are under attack from right-wing groups, most especially whenever a library hosts Drag Queen Story Hour. We should be lifting up and supporting public libraries right now, not pulling their funding and defunding them in the way that we are seeing within the November plan and this coming budget. And I wanted to ask you, because this has been on my mind a lot recently, but how are library systems navigating this current threat?
So let me, if I can start, in that we have been hosting Drag Story Hours now for a number of years. And when the former chair of finance was the council member in Jackson Heights. There's this, again, another mad prop, this online video of Councilmember Drum and I with the drag presenter reading to the children. And that was around 4 years ago, 5 years ago. So we've been doing it for a good while. And the contrast of the demonstrations that took place in Jackson Heights in the streets around a month and a half, maybe even 2 months ago now, compared to what was going on in the library, it's just totally different. In that chaos on the streets, but at the same time, quiet and productivity inside the library. And there's a direct correlation to the professionalism of our staff being able to sort all that out. But at the same time, libraries shouldn't be put in that position at all. And we have a responsibility to make sure that we are both providing our core services and making sure we have the reading programs and offering diversity to our population, and we're fully committed to doing that. In April, we have several more Drag Story Hours on the books that we're going to be doing both in Elmhurst and Jackson Heights. And then we've also now created a new way of doing it as well, in that we've given some of the library managers the ability to opt in if they want to do it, and we'll self-fund it at this particular point and not solely based on the correlation of the money from that local council member. So we believe in it fully, and we believe in protecting our staff. And the other thing is, when we talk about staff, we also, for us at least, are talking about security as well. And we have to make sure that our staff are protected, and staff are not just around Drag Story Hour and all the issues that are challenging connected to that, but just what happens sometimes with the public. Because the other thing that we face is a public that's wanting and needing, and a lot of them, unfortunately and sadly, have a lot of emotional issues as well. And we have a responsibility to do that. And the cuts in funding make us take a look at how we address that as well. So all that's connected to making sure we're open for Drag Story Hour, blocking out the noise outside, protecting our staff, allowing the diversity of who we are as a system and the democracy that we believe in, to make sure it takes place fully and protected in the library.
Dennis has been already eloquent. I will simply add that it is our responsibility. It is our mission. It is our basic DNA that we offer the diversity of views and books and material, from the most wonderful to the most horrifying, so that people have a choice of what, because we believe in a democracy, people have that choice of what they want to read, what kind of programs they want to go to or take their kids to. Our responsibility is to guarantee that choice. And when the culture wars turn on the libraries and try to say, no, we should not offer that choice, that is a dark day. All citizens have a right to protest. We have a right to manage that protest so that we can continue to offer the choice of programs that people decide they want to go to. I'll just say, at a moment when we are seeing book bannings around the world, when we are seeing disputes around drag story time or other programs, I just want to be careful. If the arguments around the culture wars, if we let ourselves sort of get distracted, the culture wars will win, because fundamentally, if the culture wars arguments keep us from being focused on the budget threats to the library, then the most fundamental form of banning or of limiting access will actually take place, which is the libraries won't be there to do our work. You know, we will continue to provide the array of options, and we will protect New Yorkers' rights to have those choices. And we all need to protect the choice of everyone to have a library that's open, that has the books they're looking for, and the services, and the great librarians. That is also at stake here.
Not much more to add here, but I will say that, you know, we have, in some ways in New York City, the luxury of living in a place where books are not being banned or challenged in the way that they are elsewhere in the country. But we don't have the luxury of saying this doesn't affect us, and therefore we won't pay attention to it, because it is this very inattention to the issues, I believe, that's creating these issues around the country. Not that people necessarily, you know, in our nation want to see censorship, but that they're not paying close enough attention, and it's being very well orchestrated. And we in Brooklyn feel strongly enough about this to be trying to make a difference across the country with private money. But also that when we do have events in Brooklyn where we're concerned, we are definitely beefing up public safety. We just had a drag queen story hour last week, which was charming, at the Central Library, but we made sure that we had increased police presence. And that's a sad thing, I will say. Kind of hurts my heart to be reporting this, but like my colleagues, counterparts in Queens and New York Public Library, we are really committed to this work. Our very purpose of being here is to be sure that we continue to be the most democratic institution in our society, and that we protect everybody's right to read what they choose.
Can I add just one more point to this? Because, as you know, our former chair of libraries, Jimmy Van Bramer, is a true believer in making sure we have the diversity and also what Drag Story Hour represented. And I think back to when the chair was here and we were out at Broadway and other libraries. This drama that's taking place now didn't exist, quite frankly, like that then. And what's happening now is the politics are using us to really focus on what you were talking about with the culture wars. And we can't allow that to happen. I mean, I just feel so strongly about that. And we have a responsibility. What Linda is doing around her national work is just tremendous. And we have a responsibility, whether here locally or nationally, to be the leaders in making sure we draw that line. Because we are a library system. We are truly an open democratic institution. And we cannot allow our staff, we cannot allow the people who come to us as customers to be impacted and affected by the culture wars that are taking place outside our buildings. And that's what funding, believe it or not, does, because it allows us to have great staff. Imagine, as Linda indicated, if we had to shut the doors because of lack of funding or the lack of staff, and that particular community is not getting the service they need because of that. That's unacceptable. And our role and responsibility is to make sure our doors are open, we're staffed well, and offering diversity, including Drag Story Hour, to make sure the public gets that full opportunity.
Right. And history shows that it's never a good sign when a civilization starts banning books and defunding its libraries. Councilmember Hudson?
Thank you so much, and thank you to the chair for accommodating me. I have to leave in just a moment, so I appreciate the time. First, I just want to say on the record, and this is just reiterating what you've all said, but obviously our libraries are so much to so many people, from our youngest neighbors to our oldest neighbors. The fact that libraries are free and are welcoming to absolutely everyone. I think how we invest in our libraries and what we do with our libraries speaks to how we value our people and New Yorkers in particular. So with that, I have one question, and that's like kind of my thing that I'm always, because I think libraries should be open for longer than they are, and there should be consistent hours every day so that everybody knows it's the same hours no matter which library system they happen to go to. But obviously funding doesn't allow for that to happen. So I'm just curious to know from each of you what is needed from a fiscal perspective in order to be open consistently. Let's say, for example, I'll use my local branch, which is the central branch of the Brooklyn system, as an example, which is Monday through Thursday 9 to 8, and then Friday and Saturday 9 to 5 or 6, and then Sundays 1 to 5. So in order to get Monday through Sunday 9 to 8 p.m., what would be needed from an investment perspective? And similarly for the other systems, what's needed to just have consistent hours every single day of the week?
Thank you for picking up the mantle of Gail Brewer. When we've been asked this question many times over the years, and we all would like to be open, 7 days a week, 8 hours a day. We also would like the ability to tailor those hours so that they make sense in the communities, because not every community has the same pattern of usage. It doesn't make sense to keep the library open early in the morning if no one's going to show up. But basically, the challenge with this question is always the fact that Sundays are now voluntary, and getting to full staffing on Sundays is a trick, and it involves a union negotiation, which we're not adverse to by any stretch. But we would need, before we even start talking about what it takes to be open 7 days a week, we need to make sure that we get our funding just so that we can maintain the hours that we have now. And those are the numbers that we've been talking about today. To then go beyond those numbers, we need to deal with the union, and we need hundreds of thousands of dollars more in order to be open a seventh day.
Thank you.
I think Linda captured it. We have worked hard over the years, and obviously the pandemic threw a spanner for a time, but to increase our hours and to make sure that they are consistent. They vary sometimes by neighborhood to neighborhood because needs vary, but we need to be open as much as possible, and people need to be sure that we're open. And the risks of the sort of short-sighted cuts that means we don't have enough staff to ensure that it's open, or have capital issues arise that require us to close because they haven't been handled in a proactive, sort of system-wide planned way. Those all are serious impediments. Once our patrons lose the confidence that we are open when they believe us to be open consistently, that's a problem for us. We need to be clear to our patrons that we are there. We'd love to go to 7 days a week. We'd love to fulfill the contract signed between the city and Andrew Carnegie about the hours involved. We understand that there is a reality of the budget. So we are simply saying don't reduce what we can do at this point. And anything more we can find funding for, as Linda said, requires a discussion not only with the city and the budget, but with our key partners at DC 37 so that it can work in terms of the rules.
Thank you.
What is the total number of employees at each of the systems?
For Brooklyn, it's just under, it's 1,266. Who's counting? We are. And then also part-time people, about 200 part-time people, and about 2,000 volunteers.
We are currently full-time salaried staff of 2,081, part-time salaried staff of 45, and I'm proud to say our hourly staff is up to 654, which is a restoration of the PAGE program and an expansion of it, and using it as a key workforce development effort for, which not just for the library, but for the city, and training our amazing pages, not just in library work, but in the work of our finance department or communications. Again, we already, 25% of the frontline workers at the New York Public Library started as pages. We love that tradition. We're so glad to be back at it, but we want it also to be a model of workforce development for the teen community in the city. Right, so that, you've got those numbers. Sorry, Dennis.
Thank you, Tony. We have 1,453 staff, full-time 979, part-time 474, roughly 88 to 90% are union staff.
And how many vacancies do each system have at the moment?
We currently have at Queens 131 full-time open positions that are unfilled at this moment.
Right now in Brooklyn, we're sustaining 46 vacancies, and if we sustain this cut that's currently being proposed, it'll result in another 64 vacancies. So we've been hiring even with the looming cuts because we were so thinly staffed because of the Great Resignation. We're actually at that point now where we're able to hire faster than we're losing staff, which is hugely helpful. But we've through this process learned that we are able to attract. We're not having a problem hiring anymore, and we need to continue the momentum going forward.
Sorry, we are at roughly 100, I think it's actually 105 staff that we are currently actively recruiting for. I will say good news that there is our annual turnover rate is starting to come down. It had gone up, obviously in the pandemic for all the reasons we all know, and that has started to turn around. Again, we just can't lose the momentum of this hiring, and if we do, because of budget, it will have all kinds of systemic effects.
I just, because I find it interesting, maybe you will as well, but in the last 6 months, we've hired 150 people, and it represents 10% of our total headcount, and that's just in a 6-month period. So after really struggling to be able to maintain staffing levels, we're finally beginning to fill some of these vacancies.
And the same here.
And President Johnson, you answered part of this question, but would love to hear from all three of the systems. How many employees did you have to lay off after the November plan, and how many would you expect to have to lay off if these cuts were made?
Well, we haven't had to lay off anybody because we've had these vacancies that occurred during the pandemic. So the way we've managed the PEG was to make sure that we were keeping vacancies open rather than actually eliminating people's work opportunities.
I'll just say the same, and proudly so.
Yeah.
In the height of the pandemic, our commitment was not to lay off, not to reach for that horrifying instrument of laying off the folks that make the library what it is. And that, then you're making up for negative momentum rather than riding the positive. And we were proud of that. It speaks to our values, but it also speaks to our understanding of what makes the library the essential institution it is, which is our staff, and we can't be laying off folks. We need to be adding folks for that to work.
I just want to reinforce that point. The values that we have for our staff are just so high, so we definitely did not lay off any staff at all, nor was the word layoff used at all. Through accruals, we took the PEG. And then also, I'm not sure about with Linda and Tony, but I know with Queens, we've also faced the challenge of having longevity of staff as well. And so a lot of our staff started retiring, and they said, as part of the Great Resignation, they said, it's time. And so we're faced with the uniqueness of having staff who have been with us for a long period of time, doing great work, and they're saying, you know, I just want to step down at this point. So we have that, and then the uncertainty of what will be happening in the future. And now we're starting to turn that corner, and that's why it's important to maintain the level of funding, because we're starting to see, especially with May approaching and graduations coming and hopefully new people coming into our systems, that allow us to start to really have the increase in the number of personnel versus a decrease in the number of personnel.
I'd just like to add that, you know, we're grateful to the support that we got from City Council and the administration during the pandemic. It allowed us to be one of the very first institutions to reopen, so that, you know, we closed in March like everybody did, but that July we started opening again. And carefully, obviously, to make sure that we were protecting everyone's health and well-being, operating with 2 teams so that if somebody got sick on one team, the other team could swing into play so that the library didn't close again. So we were careful not to lay off anybody, but we didn't sit back and take advantage of that by any stretch. Instead, we just stepped up everything that we were doing.
Do you want to acknowledge that Councilmember Joseph is here as well? I'm happy to hear that no layoffs have been made due to the November plan, but I do want to hear, would we expect there to be layoffs if these cuts came into fruition after this next budget?
I think the issue is we'll all have to manage our level of staffing, and should we ever get to this situation where we have enough people that we would actually need to lay off, of course we would have to. Right now, we're managing it by maintaining vacancies.
Just to reiterate, I think we all agree that would be the last thing we would reach for, and we will do everything as we have in the past to avoid that, because of the dislocation it produces ongoing, and it stops us from being able to do what we do, because it keeps us from having who we are and the people who make us who we are.
And just to add to that, I think the complexity, I give our chief librarian and the team a ton of credit in the managing of schedules. And we have such requirements in how we manage our staffing patterns to meet the hours that even the council member referred to. And the type of domino effect that would have on bumping and what it means is just not part of our conversation at all. And while unfortunately we have accruals, we have the ability, though, to absorb what we did with our PEG through that. But beyond the point of where we are at now, it's going to be totally counterproductive to the systems.
Thank you. As asylum seekers continue to use the libraries for resources and services, it is critical that our libraries have enough bilingual staff. How many bilingual staff does each of the systems have, and how much more bilingual staff are needed to meet the demand?
We're all looking to the back. I don't think we have that number, so I'm going to give you, with my colleague's permission, just to say a lot. I mean, we represent the communities where we're located, and so I don't know if we have a breakdown of that, but as I indicated also in my testimony, when we don't have staff that speaks the language, then we have language line as well, which helps tremendously, but we have a lot. Linda, you want to?
No, I don't have specific numbers. I will say that we're providing services in, like, I know over 30, but sometimes I tend to exaggerate, so I'm trying to be careful not to. My gut tells me it's close.
I think you're underselling yourself.
Exactly. It's like 80 languages that we're offering services. And when we don't have library staff that's able to offer English as a second language, for example, in a specific language, we bring in volunteers to do that.
We do incredibly. We'll get you the numbers.
Thanks.
The simple fact is we'd like to do more. Mm-hmm. We want more diversity and more, we need more of those language skills. And I'll just reiterate, it's not just it is crucial that our staff and the librarians can do that. It also, for instance, remember I mentioned a $1 million investment in making sure that our collections continue to be diverse. So in addition, and, the collections are remarkable in terms of the language array, and that's in the branches as well as obviously in the research library. So that is, you know, both in terms of staff, but also in terms of the material and the collections, we are recommitting, and we are committed to that kind of diversity. We have to be, because that's what our patrons require of us.
Are the systems at this time still experiencing any shortfalls as a result of the continued impact of the COVID-19 pandemic? And if so, how do these cuts exacerbate these existing fiscal issues?
I'm not sure I understand what you mean by shortfalls. I mean, we are, you know, still, we've learned a lot through COVID in terms of how to manage people and social distancing and, you know, and how to sort of fill in when somebody's sick, and we have testing and protocols for what happens when you actually test positive. And I think we'll forever be operating a little more cautiously than we did before the pandemic. But in terms of shortfalls, I don't know, it sounds like a financial question. And we, as I said, haven't laid off anybody since the pandemic. We've just taken a lot of hits because of the high level of vacancies that we've experienced because of people resigning.
We've certainly been gaining momentum since the pandemic in terms of filling vacancies. The cuts make it harder for us to do that, right? Mm-hmm. Then we sort of use those vacancies to fill the hole, and you're in an unhappy cycle at that point, and you know that's what we're trying to avoid here.
Yeah, basically the same thing. I mean, when I heard the word shortfall, we used a lot of the special monies that were allocated in the beginning of the pandemic to buy masks and everything else. And so, you know, we have stockpiles still of some of those items, so we were able to draw on that. But as Linda indicated, you know, we're always very careful in how we're doing business. And I think the other piece of what we do is making sure that we reinforce with staff still the proper protocols that we have in place, so we don't take it for granted. I mean, even though I see like the positivity rate in New York City is at 3%, and we see a direct correlation as far as where the city positivity rate is and what's happening with us, we've been able to now have more of our staff back and having updated protocols as far as where we are with the pandemic at this particular point in time. And so from a shortfall point of view, you know, the shortfall is based on a pay more than anything else.
The libraries have been a hub for our asylum seekers. I believe the number is over 60,000 new New Yorkers. As you all testified at our December hearing, you have seen an uptick in library attendance. For example, President Wolcott, you've noted that there are lines outside of the Jamaica branch for New York City ID support. Why are libraries critical partners for our city in responding to large-scale crises and events like COVID-19 and the arrival of new asylum seekers?
I guess the single word answer to that question is trust, that we are such a highly trusted institution that people understand from family and friends that when you come to this country, the library is the place that you should go, that not only can you get everything that you need, but that also you can do it without fear. And so we've seen an enormous number of people since the asylees began in Sunset Park in particular in our case, but their demands for the services that you mentioned, the ID NYC cards, we're filling up backpacks and taking them to shelters so that kids have books, and we're trying to make sure that they are feeling welcome in the communities that they're now calling home.
Word of mouth is a powerful tool, and positive word of mouth is even more powerful. And the positive word of mouth is tremendous when it comes to our libraries, as far as people knowing that they can get trusted services. And Linda said something, I think, outside, and I just want to reinforce this point as well. We're not just a stationary building. We have our mobile libraries out there on a regular basis as well. So our mobile libraries are going out to shelters and to other communities just to make sure that they're getting the services. And a lot of times people just are not aware that what we're offering in our buildings, our mobile libraries also offer out in the streets as well. And that gets to the people directly. But again, I think the transferability of what they get in our buildings we find them now taking advantage of the other services at the library as well. So their initial point of entry may be the word of mouth for asylum seeking and what they're going to benefit with IDNYC, but then there's a beneficial impact as far as them being true patrons of the library and getting the full array of library services.
Sorry, the story at the New York Public is the same. Certainly lines around the block at the Bronx Library Center, and IDNYC is a crucial part of that. Various partnerships, I'd be happy to send you. We have many that as we all come together around this crisis. Happy to share that with you, Mr. Chair. Again, I think the basic answer is, as my colleagues have said, we are trusted because people see our values and they see that we are consistent with them in ensuring access and opportunity. They know that we are consistent in our doing that, in being open to do that. And the libraries have always been the first port of call for the immigrant community, going back, to our foundings over 100 years ago, for all those reasons. So it's not surprising that in this latest wave, that we would be that port of call that people come to because they trust us. It's just an indication of why it's essential to keep investing in us, because these issues are continually coming at us. We have to be here and have the capacity to respond so that, otherwise no one else will, because we're where folks come in this city first.
And how would a restoration of these cuts, as well as an allocation from the library's initiative, better help you in the work that you are doing when it comes to these asylum seekers?
Well, to start with, it means our doors will be open and we'll be fully staffed, to be able to address these additional needs from us.
And also to be able to implement programs that are specifically tailored to the new needs of these new Americans.
And in the same vein, how has the demand for library services changed since the influx of asylum seekers and since New Yorkers have gone back to work and school after quarantine? If you can provide numbers.
The biggest
and/or
change that
percentages.
we've noticed in Brooklyn is the need for more one-to-one type of delivery of service as opposed to programs that deal with larger groups of people. And it's just been an adjustment since we've reopened or slowly, gradually, got to full complement. For example, helping people connect to programs that are affordable, that give them internet access. And it's a complicated process, and it requires one person, one staff person, one librarian to sit down with one patron to get that accomplished. And so we're seeing a shift in that way, which of course isn't quite as efficient in terms of the delivery service, but it's critical to make sure that we're successful. And this gets back to the staffing issue. We are in a very labor-intensive business, and to do it well, we need to be adequately staffed, and to do it well these days takes more staffing than ever, if you combine the type of service we're doing and the fact that we're all expanding our footprint.
I think that the change that we've seen, believe it or not, is the need for more chairs, quite frankly, because you have people coming through the door who may not get immediate service right away, and so the waiting time and getting, say, IDNYC requires people to stay longer, but then they're taking advantage of other services as well. So we see more communities engaged in a variety of different ways, and I think the level of engagement that Linda talked about with staff being so both empathetic as well as sympathetic to the populations that are coming through our door, and them coming out and working with folks on a variety of their needs and not just the initial point of entry of why they're coming through our doors. And that, when I go and say more chairs, because you have people who are sitting there longer, people who are bringing their children in, especially their young children, and it's put more type of demands on our staff, and to have fewer staff than to respond to that, then again, it's counterproductive as far as what the overall goal of the library is.
Sorry. I think we have reacted in one part by trying to provide a baseline of help. So our 5,000 welcome kits, for instance, is meant to provide sort of a baseline. Then we need to sort of do more than that, so we're reaching out and going into shelters, to say to folks, that's what we're here for, right? I mean, I think, and then as Dennis just said, one of the things the library can do, because we're in every neighborhood, right? That is the key, is give people bespoke help. You know, people have their own questions, their own fears. It's beautiful that they come to us, and it's even more beautiful when we're open and have the funding and have this amazing staff who can help people. There's no other way the city can put that best face forward. And you know, again, you've heard from us, and I know you believe as strongly as we all do in the essentialness of New York continuing to welcome that diversity under any circumstances to ensure our continued energy and centrality.
And just one added point to that, in that it's not just the asylum seekers. I mean, the city knows our doors are open. And so they want to, rightfully so, take full advantage of our doors being open and having one-stop shopping, basically. And whether it's the fire department or Moya, or whether it's the services through the Human Rights Commission, they can take full advantage of reaching a high volume of people as a result of the rightful role of the city of New York in providing access at a very local level. And if you shrink the hours or shrink the staffing capacity, then you're going to deny the overall goal of the interconnectedness of the city to its communities using the library. Because a lot of us are very clear, we're not the provider of the service a lot of times. We are the glue for those services, to allow services to come in our door, and that's where community partnerships are about. So again, there's a direct connection between the multiplicity of responsibilities that we have as a library and the multiple contacts of city agencies and community-based organizations that take rightful advantage of us.
Are you all able to provide numbers or percentages in terms of the increase in attendance that you've been seeing this past year, or the past 2 years since the pandemic?
Sure.
Thank you.
We'll get you some.
Thank you. A question that I've asked the three of you before. Councilmember Joseph, do you have any questions? I'll pass it on to you. How about that?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for what you do. You know, I always say that. You guys were the lifeline during the pandemic as I was teaching and running for city council at the same time. So thank you for all that you do. Question is, your partnership with New York City Public Schools, how is the budget cut going to impact those programming?
As we said earlier, we haven't exactly formulated where and how we'll make cuts. We know that we will need to, and we know that it will have the most significant impact on our staffing levels. And that, of course, translates to a reduction in the number of programs that we can offer and the number of hours that we have to offer those programs. So, you know, I always say there's nothing like a situation where you have a library that's in close proximity to a school with a great principal. It just, you know, everything sings, and we count on that, and I hope that we are able to continue that.
Dennis and Dennis in particular obviously can be very eloquent on this subject, as he should be. I think we have increasingly acknowledged and stepped up as proactive partners. I remember when I got to the library, and the man to my left was the chancellor, and we negotiated what's now a 5-borough system of My Libraries NYC. It serves, I think, more than close to 500 schools, sending out like 5,000 kits, book sets. Really, when you know the students don't have access to anything else. Now we're stepping up again and saying we need to help teachers with lesson plans and primary material, and help them grapple with the hard issues that kids are grappling with, but have the material to do that. That's why we've launched a whole new center for educators in schools. We want to be more proactive in that partnership. Funding cuts simply make that, put that on the list of horrible choices we might have to think about reducing. And we don't want to do that, and the city doesn't really want us to do that at this point.
As the education chair, how can I support it? Always. And your adult programming, does this budget cut also impact, because I know you provide ESL for your adults, your GED program, can you go into details with that?
If we have to close branches or reduce hours, that in itself reduces access to our programs. We are the largest providers of free English language instruction in this town after the schools in CUNY. We are the largest computer skills and job placement and all the things that folks need in the public schools and elsewhere. And if we get this kind of scale of cut, we simply will have to make choices you don't want us to make about what we won't be able to do. And that seems a great shame given what we need.
I mean, even at the most fundamental level, if a student can't come to the library after school to take advantage of the free Wi-Fi, that affects, that student's ability to do their homework. I mean, and that's the most fundamental, and it just continues to increase with every level of sophistication of the programming that we do offer. And so it gets down to this allocation of resource issue. And these are choices that nobody wants to have to make.
Absolutely not.
Every library is local, and part of being that local is developing the relationships with your local school and the local district itself, and the parent coordinators, and having that type of partnership. And if we don't have as many hours, or we don't have as many staff, then that definitely impacts that. And then Linda basically said what I wanted to say as well, as far as it gets down to, you drive by a library at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and you will see the hub of activity at that library because the students know where to go. Yes. And some of them are going for the right reason, some of them may not be going for the right reason, but we still want them there. And if we deny them that opportunity of knowing whether it's open or whether there's the ability of having a teen librarian there, whatever the case may be, then you're denying those students that opportunity and access. We're working with several of our districts to really be even more comprehensive of getting a library card in the hand of every student in a particular district. And that's our goal, but it requires staff to do that.
Absolutely.
It requires the outreach. It requires our mobile libraries going to a particular school if that school isn't, say, in walk. And that's all part of the partnership, and then broadening it beyond schools to what we're doing now and the city is doing with its UPK program, and how you broaden it to the UPK and making sure that the early childhood providers are taking full advantage as well. And that's a labor-intensive activity that we all pride ourselves in, but that can potentially be denied as well.
Thank you, and the libraries are a safe space for young people. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Council Member. And as we all heard outside at the rally, from some personal accounts, libraries provide a safe haven for our neighbors and even current council members. I'm particularly excited for the opening of the Broward Park Library and the Teen Center.
Me too.
That will provide that will provide the youth of my district with a new safe community space to gather in. As the city continues to talk about public safety and how we can reduce violence in our communities, I want to highlight and affirm that the role our libraries play in promoting public safety. In your words, why is an investment in our libraries a significant and crucial investment in public safety for our city?
Well, I think part of the effort that we've all been making with the administration's support on the teen initiatives is probably most illustrative. And that is, we know that the longer that kids are staying in our libraries and using the libraries, I don't think there's a bad reason to come to a library, Dennis. But yeah, we'll take however we get them in there, we'll take them. But the longer they're staying in the libraries and the more interesting programs that we're offering that attract teenagers, the better off they'll be. There are a lot of shiny things that are out on the streets, and our objective is to keep teenagers in our branches throughout their high school career so that they can prepare for college and the standardized tests and everything else that allow them to take the next step in their educational career. It is all connected. It makes for safer communities, better educated communities, more vital and interesting spaces. We love libraries where people of all generations are rubbing shoulders, where they're seeing their neighbors, whatever age they might be. And so, you know, sort of success in one area begets success in others.
Just say, you know, in order to achieve the level of public safety that we want, we cannot just be investing in policing. We need to be investing in how to prevent the kinds of public safety concerns that then feed the debate about policing. And that means we need to be, as everyone has said, open and providing opportunities and programs and demonstrating that our democracy and our economy can work for our teens, for our citizens. And that's what the library is about. And it's pretty fundamental to public safety, I would say.
Thank you. How many capital projects, we're almost done with the questions, but how many capital projects are still outstanding for the 3 systems?
Outstanding, meaning currently active, or what is it you would like?
Currently active, awaiting to be completed.
We have 43 projects totaling $364.9 million that are currently active projects. But we also have some amazing ones recently completed: St. George, Jefferson Market, Charleston, Mott Haven, and some that are scheduled to come online in FY24. Happy to give you that list. We are making incredible progress, but as you've heard from our testimony, it still leaves us in the hole in terms of what our capital needs are. And, you know, and I just want to stress again, the 10-year capital plan is so essential for libraries which have almost never been included in it. We need to be in the 10-year capital plan so that we can plan and deliver for the city on the investment it's making in capital in the way that we are so good at. We have an amazing team. Iris and her colleagues do amazing work, but we have to have the resources to be able to do it, rather than, as Dennis is about to say, stealing them from our spending budget, our expense budget. Sorry.
I would say spending budget or expense budget, whatever you feel is appropriate. So we at Queens have 33 active projects and 10 in another 10 in the DDC front-end planning. But I don't even know if that does fair justice, because, you know, just again, even though the council member is no longer here, talking about Flushing as an example, that is such a complex project. I mean, we're working at night to make sure we keep the library open during the day. And we have side-by-side work taking place with a variety of projects taking place in Flushing, because Flushing is so massive. So that itself, while viewed as one capital project, is a multiple number of projects going in to one project itself. So we're extremely busy with our capital work, but again, we need more money, because, you know, there's always going to be, going back to the word that you used earlier, Chair, shortfalls. And shortfalls that take place because of the rising economy, the delays in products coming over from overseas. And so it's a very difficult challenge right now.
In Brooklyn, we have 70 projects that are active, and that's the easy answer. We can give you a breakdown of who's managing what, where they are at what stages, and perhaps most significantly, how much money is involved. And we'll get all of that data to you, but it's a total of 70.
And President Marks, you hinted on this, but what are the barriers to completing some of these projects, if there are any?
Well, funding, for one thing, and a steady source of funding, which is why the 10-year capital plan. And, you know, we know the administration's been working at trying to reform the capital construction process. We applaud and encourage those reforms and would like to see more of them. We've all talked about this. We all value our colleagues at DDC, but we also have to acknowledge the reality that when we work project through DDC, they take twice as long and cost twice as much, and that means the citizens of New York are getting half of what they should. We can't simply fund all of the projects ourselves. We depend on the city. We are contractually connected to the city for its capital, but we need more funds, and we need a process that enables us to get the jobs done effectively and on budget, which we are very capable of and which the citizens and the government deserve.
And how many capital projects are new projects, and how many projects are maintenance projects?
We'll get you a whole list with a breakdown of exactly where they are in the process and how much money is being allocated to each one. Is that?
That's perfect.
Yeah.
The last question that I do have is, again, President Marks, you brought this up. The library's preliminary 10-year capital strategy is front-loaded and does not necessarily reflect when the funds will be used. Did the systems work with OMB to come up with the strategy?
Absolutely. We work very closely with OMB, and they understand, our interests and are very responsive to it. Again, they have to make choices. It's our job to encourage them to make the choice in the direction of ensuring the kind of funding that means we can provide the kind of libraries that people deserve, and a process that will continue to ensure that going forward across the board.
Yeah. And I just want to reinforce that point because OMB is so key in this process, and we have close working relationship with OMB and always trying to analyze and making sure that funding is there. Sometimes the funding is there, sometimes it may not be there, and it's our job to try to make sure we get the funding. But again, as Tony indicated earlier, we still need the allocation of capital dollars to increase to meet the current needs that we have.
I do have one last question before turning it over to Councilmember Brewer, if she has any questions. But what do the libraries need in terms of funding to ensure that buildings and infrastructure are maintained? And you may not have that number available right now, but if
I can tell you that, forget new projects, which I don't forget them, but just generally, we have about $340 million of deferred maintenance across over 1.1 million square feet of real estate in 61 buildings with 61 roofs, boilers, HVAC systems. It's a big physical footprint that requires adequate funding. It would be great if we could be funded enough so that we could do work preventatively instead of just reacting to emergencies.
Mr. Chair, we calculate the NYPL's total system-wide capital needs to be $536 million. Obviously, the vast majority of that, $507 million, 4 branches. We need to get from here to there in order to ensure the outcomes that you all want.
We approximately have 165 million over a 10-year period of time, but constantly reviewing and assessing based on the current needs. And going back to something you asked earlier, we'll get you the specifics around, say, new library buildings versus HVAC and other types of maintenance types of things, but also that fall under DDC.
Thank you. Councilmember Brewer?
Thank you very much. One question is, and I hope, I'm next door at police, so I apologize that I wasn't here earlier, but DDC costs too much. I told them that. Do you find that they cost too much, and what would be the hope of them going away and you doing your libraries yourself? And what would be the cost savings?
They cost too much. We can all agree on that.
I know that. I tell them that.
Yep. And in terms of them going away, that's a complicated question. What we've in Brooklyn done, and I think my colleagues do the same, is that we manage certain projects ourselves, specifically the ones that are larger, that have an aesthetic quality to them, and that we can do so much less expensively and also so much more quickly, and so we don't take libraries offline from our community for as long a period. The problem is that if we were to make DDC go away, we would end up becoming a development company that was taking care of all of our roofs and our boilers and our HVAC systems, and we don't really want to do that. And what we need to figure out is how to how to get that work done in an efficient, cost-efficient, and timely way.
Okay, so that needs attention. Anybody else want to add to that?
So, I mean, everything that Linda said, in addition, it's not that it costs too much, it takes too long. And I think those...
Time is money usually though, right?
Yeah, at all. And I just think it's important to highlight that as well, because there's a direct detriment to the system if it's going to take 5 years, making up a number, but maybe not, of replacing a boiler at X price. And that just can't be done. And so we took it on ourselves to do it because we knew we could do it, one, cheaper, and then obviously in a shorter period of time. And you didn't want to have a library without a boiler during the winter season. So, I mean, all those factors go into DDC, but also on the flip side, DDC is working hard, and I know the administration is working hard to try to reform it. And I don't know how it going away would really help. I think the help is making it more efficient, less bureaucratic, and allowing, it's not just DDC, but the whole review process itself, which involves other city agencies to be a part of that process, because the DDC gets the heat, but at the same time, it's more than a DDC issue. It's a number of agencies that are impacted as a result of that.
Okay. Next issue is technology, which I know quite a bit about. So I wanted to know if you have budgets for that for the future, and you know, things have maybe 5-year, 3-year shelf time, and then you got to start all over because you have such great usage. So what's your technology budget? And also, I think you still get E-rate, and I know you're trying in some cases to make it more available to the community. I didn't know where FCC was on that, or if you're still focusing on that. Iris,
So
Iris
in answer to your, so I want,
Iris knows everything, so I'm just saying.
Iris spoke, so we all listened, yes, at that point.
so our current new technology needs as budgeted are $52.6 million. I can go through how that works, but we provide, that's because we have 5,600 desktops, 5,000 laptops, 1,250 Wi-Fi access points, all of which need constant refreshment. The funding source you're describing is apparently reducing, and the needs of people in this area are increasing. We have not solved the digital divide.
Correct.
In the city that is the center of world communications, there's some number, 1.5 million, 2 million, we don't even know, of folks who don't have broadband at home. They rely on the library.
Yes.
We also need to help them solve that problem. We need to be an advocate, and we are working at that. You shouldn't have to come into the library. New Yorkers should have that kind of digital access
So the
as a baseline.
52.6 is what you will need for technology for the future, is what you're saying?
That is our current submission to OMB.
Okay, all right. The other libraries?
Our budget is 10 million. I'm trying to figure out how come it's so small relative to his. I'm gonna have to beef that up. But the issue really is trying to stay enough ahead of the curve. So for example, taking desktops offline, we're migrating to laptop lending and greater use of laptops, and the footprint of technology is ever decreasing, which is a positive thing. Really, as Tony so eloquently stated, the issue is being on the wrong side of the digital divide. So many of people who come and depend on the library's free Wi-Fi and also all of the tech training that we do that goes with it. Of course, the pandemic shined a light on just how egregious the situation is, and all the libraries stepped up during the pandemic by making sure that our Wi-Fi was accessible even if you had to sit outside to get it.
We'll get you exact breakdown of our numbers.
Okay. And then finally, someone's gonna get me what it would be for a 7-day-a-week budget, right? I haven't forgotten.
I just want to say,
Linda
Councilmember
invoked your
Brewer,
name.
that, yes, I invoked your name because you are doing a good job training your new proteges. Crystal Hudson was here earlier and asked that question.
Oh, good,
I said, in Gail's absence, she chimed in with the
Good,
question.
okay. All right, then I'll get it from her. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you to you three for being here today, and thank you to
Thank
all
you.
of your staffs as well.
Thank you, and
for
thank
showing
you.
up.
And thank you to them.
Brenda?
Thank you so much. That concludes the library's portion of this hearing. We'll now be moving to the cultural affairs portion. We'll just take several minutes to coordinate switching witnesses. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. We will be beginning the Cultural Affairs portion of today's budget hearing shortly. We'll just wait several minutes and then we'll be beginning today's Cultural Affairs hearing. Thank you.
Dr. Galvin? All right, good afternoon and welcome to this hearing for the Committee on Cultural Affairs, Libraries, and International Intergroup Relations. I'm Councilmember Chi Osei, chair of this committee. Before we get into the discussion regarding the fiscal 2024 preliminary budget, I would wanted to reiterate that it was my pleasure to sit at a round table with the cultural community and hear firsthand your concerns and your ideas regarding CDF process transparency, DCLA staff and capacity, equity and funding across boroughs and neighborhoods, baselining of additional cultural funding, and the need for continued post-COVID recovery support for the cultural community. I will begin to advocate for all of this and more as we move through the different cycles of budget towards adoption. This afternoon, we will be discussing the fiscal 2024 preliminary expense budget for DCLA, which stands at $149.8 million, and the fiscal 2024 preliminary capital commitment plan, which includes $1.2 billion in fiscal 2023 to 2027, and the 10-year capital strategy, which includes $1.5 billion in fiscal 2024 to 2033 for the department. The agency has a robust capital program and is currently funding more than 413 capital projects on behalf of approximately 214 art organizations, representing a cultural capital investment of $1.5 billion. At the urging of the council, the administration added $40 million in additional funding at adoption of the fiscal 2023 budget. This funding provided much needed support to both the Cultural Institution Group and Cultural Development Fund recipients. The council is disappointed that the funding is not included in the fiscal 2024 preliminary plan. It is imperative that this funding be baselined to meet the needs of the cultural community. In the fiscal 2024 budget, the council will continue to prioritize cultural funding with our numerous initiatives such as Cultural After-School Adventures, CASA, the Cultural Immigrant Initiative, Cultural Coalition of Theaters of Color, Art and Catalyst for Change Initiative, and the SUCASA Creative Aging Program. It is the council's responsibility to ensure that the city's budget is fair, transparent, and accountable to New Yorkers. Hence, as the chair of the Committee on Cultural Affairs, Libraries, and International Intergroup Relations, I will continue to push for accountability and accuracy and ensure that the budget reflects the needs and interests of the city. It is essential that the budget that we adopt this year is transparent, accountable, and reflective of the priorities and interests of the council and the people we represent. This hearing is a vital part of this process, and I expect that DCLA will be responsive to the questions and concerns of council members. I look forward to an active engagement with the administration over the next few months to ensure the fiscal 2024 adopted budget meets the goals and the council has set out. I would like to recognize the members of the committee who are present, Councilmember Brewer and Councilmember Moya, who is online. I would also like to thank my staff for organizing today's hearing, Naomi Hopkins, my Chief of Staff, May Vutrapong Batana, my Director of Policy and Budget, and I would also like to thank committee staff, including Committee's Counsel, Brenda McKinney, Legislative Policy Analyst, Regina Paul, and Financial Analyst, Sandra Gray. Brenda?
Okay, thank you so much, Chair. And before we move to the oath today and administration testimony, we're just going to do a few housekeeping items. Just as a reminder, the public portion of this hearing will begin at 2 p.m. This is the cultural affairs portion. If there are questions for the administration, council members will be limited to 5 minutes, and the public clock will be 2 minutes for the next portion. If members of the public are here to testify at 2 o'clock, just a reminder that even if you registered in advance, it would be helpful if you please see the sergeant and fill out a witness slip in advance. In addition, the council will be accepting testimony for up to 72 hours after the hearing, written testimony, which can be submitted to testimony@council.nyc.gov. So at this point, we will move to the oath, and then we'll move to the administration's testimony. So today we have Commissioner Lori Cumbo from DCLA, the Honorable Lori Cumbo, Deputy Commissioner Alton Murray, and Chief of Staff Mike Crevitt. If you can please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and to answer council member questions honestly before this committee today? Thank you very much. And at this point, Commissioner, you may begin your testimony when ready.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Osei, and also a happy belated birthday to you, and members of the committee. I am Lori Cumbo, Commissioner of the New York City Department of Cultural Affairs, here to testify in regards to the agency's proposed fiscal year 2024 preliminary budget. I am joined today by a number of my colleagues from the agency. I'll begin today's testimony with a review of the budget numbers. The mayor's proposed preliminary budget allocates a total of $149.5 million for DCLA. This includes $28.5 million for the Cultural Development Fund, $111.1 million for the Cultural Institutions Group, $6.8 million for agency operations, and $3.2 million for other agency initiatives, such as the energy funding for cultural groups on DCLA property. I want to point out that at the same point in the budget process last year, DCLA had $145.2 million in the proposed preliminary budget. These figures are exclusive of any one-time additions to the agency's budget, including council funding, which is added at budget adoption later in the year. Our budget currently stands at $238.1 million for fiscal year 2023, an all-time record for city funding. This mayor and this council both stepped up to invest in our amazing, remarkable, unbeatable cultural sector. And we're committed to continuing to provide robust support to this essential part of what makes our city thrive. Now I'd like to provide a few updates from the agency and show how we put our funding to work for our cultural community and all New Yorkers. As commissioner, I'm not allowed to have a favorite part of the agency, but if I were, materials for the arts might be it. For those who may not know, MFTA is a DCLA program devoted to diverting hundreds of tons of items from the waste stream to cultural nonprofits, city agencies, and public schools, which have access to a huge range of donated items from furniture to buttons, fabric, beads, markers, plants, costumes, and so much more. The thousands of MFTA members who visit this 35,000 square foot wonderland of reuse, education, and creative energy shares my enthusiasm. And for any council members who have not been there, we look forward to welcoming you. The team there, led by MFTA Executive Director Tara Sansone, are up to amazing things in support of our cultural community and public school educators. Their Artist in Residency program is thriving with an amazing show on display now by artist Suyi Park, and Obie Award-winning artist and set designer Machine Dazzle started as the new MFTA Artist in Residence. You have to check it out. The MFTA team also recently worked with ACS to provide items donated by Kate Spade to 350 young people in the foster care system. The city's film and TV sector also continues to make major donations to MFTA members. In just the last few months, 12 television shows have donated to MFTA, including HBO's The Time Traveler's Wife, Showtime's City on a Hill, Disney Plus' Wu-Tang: An American Saga, FX's American Horror Story, and Amazon Prime's The Marvelous Miss Maisel. This is an incredible partnership. Through MFTA, the huge variety of materials they've donated are going to theater companies, public schools, homeless shelters, asylum seekers, and other MFTA members who are doing incredible work for our communities in all 5 boroughs. And again, if you have not been, please check out MFTA and encourage all of your schools to do the same. I know you've been there.
I have?
You haven't been to MFTA yet?
So,
What? We've got to get you out there. I know Gail Brewer has definitely been, probably many times this time. So we're going to make an appointment to make sure that you get out there and to bring your entire team. DCLA's capital unit is focused on the next round of applications. We've already received dozens of applications for fiscal year 24 capital support, and nearly 400 representatives from cultural organizations attended our lively, meme-filled capital webinars. City capital funding for cultural projects continues to be one of our best and long-term investments we can make for our city. I'm so proud that last year, working with Mayor Adams, the City Council, and Borough Presidents, we provided over $220 million in new funding for capital projects in all 5 boroughs. From Snug Harbor on Staten Island to the Afro-Latin Jazz Alliance in East Harlem, from Greenwood Cemetery in Brooklyn to the Noguchi Museum in Queens and Universal Hip Hop Museum in the Bronx. These capital projects will define our cultural landscape for generations to come, and we're so proud of the city's role in making them happen. We're looking forward to a number of major new facilities coming online that the city is proud to partner on, such as the American Museum of Natural History's incredible new Gilder Center. The message in all of this is clear. New York City is coming back. Our cultural community is thriving, our ongoing recovery, and the city is a critical partner to our cultural community in shaping and driving these wide-ranging projects. Our programs unit has also been working hard to roll out the next round of the Cultural Development Fund. We'll be launching the fiscal year CDF application in the coming weeks. We're very excited for some of the first this year's application will include, and we're confident that anyone who has filled out a CDF application before will be excited too. There will be a new user-friendly platform, a single online application that will replace the old multi-part application process that many organizations experience difficulty with. We've expanded character limits for narrative questions, and the ability for multiple users can work on applications simultaneously. This is really game-changing. The amount of work that goes into these seemingly simple but critical updates is immense, and I thank my entire team for pushing them forward. These upgrades have been years in the making. The customer experience will be a simpler, more modern one, we promise. And beyond these technical upgrades, our CDF process will continue to build on major reforms we implemented last year. These reforms marked a major step toward making this critical source of funding for New York City's cultural community more equitable and accessible. As the first competitive grant cycle since the onset of the pandemic, we weren't sure what the response would be to the new reforms, but we had a record number of applications, around 1,400, and a record number of grantees, 1,070, and 73% of these grantees received more funding, thanks mainly to increases in minimum award sizes. All groups are now eligible for multi-year awards, a source of stable funding that was previously available only to larger organizations. The average baseline awards for small groups with budgets under $250,000 increased by 67%. BIPOC-led groups also saw major benefits. More than 82% of groups that identify as being led by or founded by people of color saw an increase in their baseline awards. There was also an increase in the number of awards for the first-time applicants, with 125 groups in this category receiving funding versus just 47 in the previous competitive grant cycle. The reform process is ongoing, and the fiscal year 24 CDF grant cycle will build on these far-reaching efforts. I thank my amazing programs unit for their commitment to this process. I also want to shout out Helene Blyberg for our outgoing assistant commissioner who has led our programs unit through these challenging times. We are grateful for her service to the city and will continue the work she started. Our public art team is bringing incredible artwork to public spaces and institutions around the city. The Public Artist in Residency program currently has artists embedded with a number of city agencies. One of these artists, Modesto Flaco Jimenez, is in residence with NYC Health and Hospitals, where he's focused on the problem of gun violence among our city's youth. And earlier this month, Flaco won an Obie Award for his show, Taxilandia, based on conversations he had while driving a New York City taxi. The City Canvas program is empowering groups around the city to transform unsightly construction sheds and fences into platforms for community-driven art installations. I hope you all have seen a more vibrant New York City as a result of these incredible installations. ArtBridge, the primary nonprofit partner for City Canvas, has installed dozens of installations at NYCHA facilities around the city as part of their Bridging the Divide program. I visited a number of these installations myself, and seeing the pride and active engagement that partnering artists with residents can foster is truly inspiring. I can't wait to see more of these powerful projects firsthand in the months ahead. The Percent for Art program currently has 133 art projects in progress for public spaces citywide, from libraries to parks to plazas to school. I have to say that number again, 133 art projects. This is an incredible way to revitalize New York City. I'm particularly excited every time a new public art project comes online in one of our public schools, where they will spark the imagination of our city's youth for generations to come. 11 new school projects have been installed in just the last year, including artist Mark Dion's The Thresholds of Knowledge at PS 131 in Queens. This whimsical installation consists of 6 mysterious doors of varying shapes, sizes, colors, styles, and materials installed along the lobby wall. And artist Natalia Nakawanza's The Bronx Through Time is a site-specific artwork that examines and celebrates the Bronx River at a new school in that community. And earlier this month, we were so happy to celebrate with so many of you. For International Women's Day on March 8th, our public art team worked with the Public Design Commission and the Mayor's Office to bring artist Elena Del Rivero's home address to the rotunda of City Hall. This thought-provoking installation is just the start of a new initiative to bring art to city buildings across all 5 boroughs. Culture is at the heart of so much of what makes our city great. It brings communities together and puts New Yorkers to work. In 2019, New York City's arts, entertainment, and recreation sector generated $7.4 billion in total wages, according to the New York State Comptroller's Office. And according to Americans for the Arts, over 117,000 jobs are generated by the arts in the metropolitan area. And our sector has a $5.6 billion impact on the economy of the metropolitan area. Tourism, which culture is essential to, employed 283,200 people in 2019, when New York was the most visited city in the Western Hemisphere with 67 million visitors. We had 56 million visitors last year, up 70% from 2021. City funding for cultural nonprofits is a huge part of this success story, and critically, groups supported by DCLA have a mandate to create cultural programming for the public and to ensure that all New Yorkers can share in the creative, social, and economic upliftment of the arts. To this end, many DCLA-supported programs are focused on workforce development and training, working toward more equitable employment in the cultural sector. We believe that culture is an essential part of who we are as New Yorkers, and so we need to make sure all New Yorkers have the opportunity to participate in our city's rich cultural life. For example, the Alpha Workshop Studio School in Manhattan provides classes in the decorative arts to people with disabilities. In preparation to re-enter the workforce, students are encouraged to strengthen core employment skills and learn about their legal rights relating to disabilities and disclosure. how to launch a job search, and the best search resources in the decorative art field, resume and cover letter writing, and interviewing skills. In Brooklyn, Hook Arts Media offers digital media production training to dozens of underserved young people through community-based out-of-school education that engages them in critical issues and supports them through their transition to adulthood. This year, they're providing 80 Brooklyn youth with a rigorous foundation in digital media production, while their workforce development program will provide filmmaking and workforce readiness training for up to 8 film fellows. And at Roundabout Theater, their theatrical workforce development program is a pioneering public-private workforce program delivered in partnership with key labor, industry, workforce development, and youth development organizations. It provides a technical theater training designed to put participants in full-time employment in the theater industry at the end of the 3-year training cycle. The arts are certainly the foundation of any great workforce development program. And we're committed to connecting New York City's young people to opportunities to learn and grow in cultural careers even earlier in their lives. That's why we continue to support the CUNY Cultural Corps, whoop, whoop, providing paid work experience at cultural institutions for CUNY students. This is an incredible program. We also work closely with the Department of Youth and Community Development to encourage cultural groups to participate at summer youth employment workshops. From Bronx River Art Center to the Museum of the Moving Image, more than 90 cultural groups citywide joined in last year as part of Mayor Adams and Speaker Adams' historic effort to give 100,000 New York City youth access to meaningful work experiences. At the same time, cultural groups get new connections to the limitless talent of our city's young people. Applications are currently open to be a host site for this summer through May 26. We encourage everyone to apply. So we encourage cultural groups to visit nyc.gov/hire NYC youth today to participate. I'll say that once more. Visit nyc.gov/hire NYC youth today to participate. I look forward to continuing discussions with you and your colleagues on the City Council in the months ahead as we work toward adopting a budget that serves all New Yorkers. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. I am happy to answer any questions that you may have at this time.
Thank you so much, Commissioner and team. Really appreciate your diligence, and our office certainly loves working alongside you all. I want to start off by obviously acknowledging that last year DCLA received a historic allocation of $40 million. The fiscal 2024 preliminary budget for DCLA stands at $149.8 million, and this addition of $40 million is not included in the fiscal 2024 preliminary budget. This funding was historic for DCLA and the cultural community as a whole, and I wanted to ask, how has this allocation helped DCLA support the cultural community and continue to meet the benchmarks as outlined in Create NYC?
Thank you so much for that question. We are really thrilled with that $40 million application to the field. It obviously helped us support more organizations than ever before, particularly with the CDF program, as we discussed. We were able to raise the grant award from $5,000 to $10,000. We were also able to provide funding for more than 125 new organizations, and that level of support was extremely critical in allowing us to make that level of expansion. It allowed us the opportunity to continue our PAIR program, as well as the incredible public art program that you see, those 130 plus public art design projects that are currently in view or in a process of being actually realized is a huge part of what that allowed us to do, as well as to provide funding for our cultural institution groups, which we are the steward and landlord for. We wanted to make sure that all of our organizations in the city of New York, particularly those smaller organizations, were able to receive funding, especially coming out of the recovery of the pandemic. So that was a huge part of what that funding enabled us to do, along with the cultural initiatives that the council has supported. It's given us an opportunity to do so much more throughout our ability as Department of Cultural Affairs.
Thank you. And you acknowledge in your testimony that the New York City arts, entertainment, and recreation sector generated $7.4 billion in total wages. That's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money.
In addition to that, our sector, or the cultural sector, has a $5.6 billion impact on the economy of the metropolitan area. I know that the investment in our cultural institutions is a small fraction of that. And during the roundtable that we had with the cultural community, we've heard calls from cultural organizations to baseline this $40 million. Starting in January, cultural orgs are starting at a deficit. Will the administration consider baselining this funding?
We can always do more with more funding. We can always expand more programming and to support more cultural institutions. But we are also really proud of the record-breaking historical gains that were made with the level of funding that Mayor Eric Adams was able to allocate to the Department of Cultural Affairs. When you look at our budget, $237 million in programmatic funding, $220 million collectively in capital funding. These are historic gains that were never made before. And I also want to add with this, Mayor Eric Adams was able to do this without the additional funding that came in previous years of federal funding that also allowed for a more expansive budget. He was able to do that and to double down on that level of funding. And of course, we can always do more with more, but at the same time, we have to collectively and collaboratively grow the budget. And you know, at this time, we are also dealing with major budget constraints and issues impacting our economy. But I would say, if you look historically, anytime there have been historically any challenges in the economy, the arts are always the first to go, right? So not only did this administration say, we're not cutting the arts, we're not keeping the arts flat, we are actually going to double down and increase the amount of funding that this agency distributes to so many organizations, because this administration understands so clearly that an investment in the arts is going to benefit the city's economy, it's going to benefit our children and our school system, it's going to benefit so many organizations throughout the city of New York. And so we're really proud of the allocation at this time.
Mm-hmm. The allocation was wonderful. And again, not every single agency has the economic output like DCLA or like our culturals provide within our city, right? But every single budget year, it can turn out to be difficult for a lot of our cultural institutions and organizations to start organizing and continuing to make, an ask that they've been used to asking for every single budget cycle. Baselining would, provide them with an ease, and time to plan for future budgets to come, so that they can continue adding to the economy in New York City, like you've stated in your testimony. Has there been any conversation between DCLA and Mayor Eric Adams about baselining because of how impactful it would be on this economic engine that exists here in our city?
This is a conversation that continues to unfold during budget negotiations. It's always a topic of conversation coming and driven particularly by the sector in terms of having that level of support and having that level of consistency. We understand, we get it. The mayor clearly understands the importance of art and culture. I would say at this time, we're in the budget negotiation process, but working collaboratively with the City Council and continuing to work hand in hand, I'm confident that we can continue to grow the sector, we can continue to grow the budget. The baseline conversation still is one that has been around for quite a long time, and it's something that we thoroughly understand. We also have to, at the same time, manage a lot of budget constraints, and the local economy right now is a challenging one. But despite that, it doesn't mean that we're not having that conversation. It doesn't mean that it's not being pushed, but we also have to be mindful of the direction in which this economy is headed in at this time.
Absolutely, and of course, we are in agreement that this cultural sector is a reason our economy is still standing on its 2 feet, right? Another question that I do want to ask, and I'm sure baselining would support your agency. How would baselining help DCLA expand their support and resources for the cultural community as a whole?
Again, we can always do more with more. With the baseline, again, it would add more consistency and confidence within the sector, but essentially at the same time, it's also the baseline ask is typically the same amount that also comes from the one-time additions, like the one that you spoke of, the $40 million that we were able to negotiate, again, which is the largest contribution from this agency, for this agency by the mayor. So what we're continuing to do is continue to work on working collaboratively with the city council and with our partners and with the initiatives, and to make sure that we move forward in a collaborative spirit. But we certainly recognize that with more funding, we could do more. But we're excited about the place that we're at right now. We're excited about the programs that we're able to do. We're excited about the initiatives that we are able to carry through, that the council allocates to the Department of Cultural Affairs. So we're going to continue to work in collaboration.
I really am hammering in on this because baseline is the headline, but I do want to ask, how can the council and the cultural community help with the advocacy and pushing for baselining?
Can you repeat that once more? I apologize.
How can we as the council and how can the cultural community help in terms of our advocacy and pushing for baselining so that the administration considers baselining even more than they already potentially are?
I think you're doing that right now.
Okay. Good.
I would say in all seriousness, I think that it is a worthy conversation to have. It's a worthy request. I think that you all should continue to ask those challenging questions, particularly during this particular economic downturn that we're experiencing. Arts and culture should not be left out of the conversation. So we're not running from that conversation. It's not that we don't want to have that conversation. We are open to the conversation. We've always continued to have open dialogue. And let me tell you, right here behind me, we have some incredible advocates and cultural leaders, particularly on the Culture at 3 call, who are asking those same challenging questions that you are asking. And so I think it's important to continue the conversation. We do not run away from the conversation. We recognize the importance of the conversation.
Great. When people think of New York City, the first thing that comes to mind is our culturals, whether that's our museums or performing arts centers. Because of this, there's no doubt about the economic impact of our culturals, providing revenue for the city through admissions, creating jobs for local New Yorkers, and boosting businesses for other adjacent businesses. However, the cultural sector was greatly impacted during COVID-19, costing the industry and the city as a whole a huge decline in revenue. In your testimony, you mentioned that according to the latest data from the state comptroller, again, the cultural sector has a $5.6 billion impact on the economy of the New York City metropolitan area, and our tourism is increasing by 70% from last year. Can you describe the cultural sector's role in boosting the city's economy as a whole?
I would say when you look at New York City and how it has recovered, so much of that is directly directed towards the cultural community. We have seen on so many levels, CIG visitorship was up in fiscal year 22 over fiscal year 21, 16.2 million visitors in fiscal year 22 versus fewer than 11 million in fiscal year 21, still below pre-pandemic peak of around 23 million. When you hear that New York City is back, when you hear that our hotels are at almost 90% occupancy levels of returning, when you understand that our small businesses, our restaurants, our shops, our stores, our local merchants, artisans, when they are reopening with more confidence, we understand very clearly that this is related to the art and cultural community. Hotels would not be back without cultural vibrancy in the city of New York. The arts community is responsible for bringing back our young people and bringing them back to life by providing educational programming, by giving after-school and art programs and Saturday classes all throughout the city of New York. The art community is directly related to those numbers that we just saw. People come here for so many different reasons, but culture is the #1 reason. And we have an incredible opportunity and responsibility throughout the city of New York to make sure that our economic recovery happens. And so we are proud that we have invested in our cultural community in financial opportunities and numbers that we have never seen before through our CDF process through our cultural institution groups and many other artists and arts organizations. Our entire Arts Council initiatives and programming that we give to the local arts councils has expanded with larger numbers than ever before in terms of the level of funding that our local arts councils receive this year. And that funding goes directly to the arts community. We're so proud of the work that so many of our arts councils have done by keeping our local artists here in New York City and providing critical resources and funding. But again, we can always do more with more.
And how has this administration and council's $40 million allocation helped DCLA sustain the cultural sector post-COVID-19?
I would say when we were having those negotiations with the mayor about cultural funding, we again recognized that we could not cut, we could not keep flat, but we had to increase that level of funding. By increasing the award amounts on the CDF process from $5,000 to $10,000 made applying to the Department of Cultural Affairs so much more beneficial for so many organizations, because you and I know that for many small organizations, it's difficult, or was previously, it's going to be easier this year to actually apply for a grant. So we're going to be going forward with that same model of raising the floor from $5,000 to $10,000, creating an open policy for new organizations to apply. Previously, for many years, many organizations felt, well, if I'm not being considered by the Department of Cultural Affairs, if I've never gotten a grant before, it's not going to be to my benefit to apply. But new organizations are understanding that the Department of Cultural Affairs is absolutely open to reviewing new applications and new organizations. So we want to make sure that that $40 million that you spoke of, we want arts organizations to know that they absolutely have an opportunity to apply with the Department of Cultural Affairs.
And how has this allocation helped DCLA foster the economic growth of the cultural sector and its financial contribution to the city?
Ask me that once more.
How has this historic allocation helped DCLA foster the economic growth of the cultural sector and its financial contributions to the city?
Well, again, once organizations have those resources, they are able to do the type of programming that serves New York City residents, but also attracts New York City tourists to the city so that they can experience the incredible art and culture that is all throughout the city of New York. So this major investment allows us to do more with more. But what I also will say is that we've done a lot in the way of webinars in terms of educating arts organizations how to apply to the Department of Cultural Affairs. We've done an incredible amount of information in terms of organizations that want to compete for our capital funding to understand what that process is. And we have done a lot to educate the sector about how to apply for funding. And I would say that through many of the programs, you know, so many of these organizations have such robust promotions and communications abilities to be able to share their work out in ways that was never done before, that we are able to, in a very organic way, are able to promote the sector and the vibrancy of New York City.
And as New Yorkers return to the workplace and more cultural institutions are continuing to open for the public, are local workers returning to their jobs?
In the arts sector, certainly. We've seen I want to quote that for you as well. We have seen a lot of organizations throughout the city of New York are reporting incredible numbers as it pertains to our workforce. I would say, if I can speak for a moment just about our own agency, which I'm really proud of as well, we have actually 4 positions available in our own agency, just to give you an opportunity to see how strong it is in terms of cultural leaders coming back to the sector. We've received 135 applicants for our assistant commissioner's position. We've received 38 for the FEMA specialist and 16 for our capital equipment projects manager. The arts sector is alive, and organizations are reporting record numbers in terms of people applying for jobs and opportunities through programs like CUNY Cultural Corps and many others. We've created those pathways. Many organizations like NYFA as well have participated, the Arts and Business Council, in terms of training the next generation of leaders. CUNY Cultural Corps and many others are producing and providing the next generation of cultural leaders. And many organizations throughout the city of New York, as a result of the cultural plan, are are celebrating, are hiring, and promoting that they want to see more diversity within their institutions. And so many organizations have developed diversity, equity, and inclusion plans that have been very successful that we are seeing on the ground, where they are hiring more people from the field that reflect the diversity of the city of New York.
How has this increased allocation to DCLA ensured that artists and other cultural sector employees kept their jobs and allowed other cultural organizations to expand their workforce?
I would say during the pandemic, one of the things that was very successful was that federal funding on so many levels allowed many organizations to be able to sustain their operations. Many cultural institutions throughout the city of New York actually did not lay off many of their staff. They made the appropriate provisions to make sure that they could continue to hire their staff. There were layoffs, certainly, and we understand that, but many organizations are hiring and bringing people back. In terms of the pre-pandemic numbers are much, where we are now, are higher than they were during the pandemic. And I also wanted to point out to you as well, many of the organizations at this time are reporting that they are advertising. We are seeing support from CUNY Cultural Corps, Summer Youth Employment, other workforce development programs to expand diversity, as well as expand workforce pipelines. And we're seeing that all across the city of New York. But I also want to just bring to your attention, within the cultural sector, and this speaks to the health of the cultural community, we had 1,200 eligible applications, and we were able to fund 1,070 of those organizations. So what that's showing and demonstrating is that many organizations are confident, they are moving forward, they are applying for funding. Yes, we recognize and we are working to assist those organizations, just like what you and I are doing with Magnolia Tree Earth Center. We are trying to build up those organizations that have had challenges during the pandemic, but at the same time, we do still see a vibrant, healthy cultural sector just by the number of applications that were submitted of organizations that are viable, that are healthy, and that are working towards the future.
Thank you. The new labor agreements are having a major impact on cultural institutions at a time when they are still running deficits in addition to inflation. What is the city planning to do to support these institutions to cover these increased costs?
That's one of the challenges that we're experiencing as a sector right now in terms of labor agreements. And as those agreements are taking place, we're not privy to the negotiations because these are internal contract negotiations. But we understand that the result of these labor negotiations and contract negotiations are going to dictate in many ways what our future is going to be moving forward in terms of the city's responsibility to our cultural institutions. So once finalized, we will revisit, but again, those particular dynamics are internal. We are not privy to those, but once those decisions are made internally, we are going to have to sit, discuss, and understand how those negotiations and the outcomes are going to impact our city's budget.
And historically, when new labor contracts were enacted, the city provided support to cultural organizations that had collectively bargained employees of the respective union. Can the city confirm that the cultural institutions with these collectively bargained employees will receive payment for the one-time signing bonus, retro of the annual 3%, and incremental increases for the life of the new contract?
We will not know the answer to those questions until those negotiation decisions have finalized, and we have a greater understanding of how the city's budget will have to adjust to those contract negotiations.
Okay, noted. DCLA implemented many reforms to the CDF process this year, reforms that are intended to increase equity amongst the cultural community. The CDF grants are considered lifelines and a necessity for many of our small organizations, as we all know. What is the CDF budget for fiscal 2023?
Give me 1 minute. It is currently $28.5 million for the Cultural Development Fund.
And how many multi-year recipients got renewed funding in fiscal 2023?
I'd have to get back to you in terms of understanding the amount of organizations that got a renewal, but it was certainly substantial.
Okay, And what was the average award size for small and large organizations last year?
Give me a moment. I'll start off with this element of it while we pull up the remainder of that question. In the development fund, where equity reforms gave orgs led by and serving people of color a major lift, more than 82% of groups that identify as being led by or founded by people of color saw an increase in their baseline award. 125 new organizations were funded, which shows the effect of our outreach and reforms to the application process. In terms of the average grant amount, I'll have to get back to you on the average grant amount.
And does the agency have reporting on the budget and spend for diversity, equity, inclusion?
Say that for me once more.
Does the agency have reporting on the budget and spend for diversity, equity, inclusion?
Can you re-ask the question?
Yes. Does the agency have any reporting on the budget and spend for diversity, equity, and inclusion?
For the field?
Yes.
So we don't actually have a budget for diversity, equity, and inclusion in terms of, we don't have a budget necessarily to provide funding specifically for diversity, equity, inclusion. The diversity, equity, inclusion programs that came out, or the initiatives that came out of the cultural plan, were really more setting benchmarks for the field to follow or to review or to look at. It was more a guiding factor. It was more of a guidance in terms of, this is how the city of New York looks, and this is how we need our cultural community to reflect how the city of New York operates and looks, and that we should have people that reflect the city of New York within our cultural institutions. But we never had a specific budget line to say, this is how we're actually going to implement diversity, equity, and inclusion, and we wanted to make sure that organizations had the mandate and understood the direction that the city is headed towards, so that they would understand how their programs, their board of trustees, their staff, and their programming, how it should actually look in terms of being more reflective and more inclusive. And many organizations have picked up that mantra and are working towards that level of diversity that you're seeing really all across the city. I think what's been exciting about the recovery process is that many organizations have done a reset, and you're seeing a lot of that being implemented throughout the city of New York.
Could you please describe any change in the CDF application process in fiscal 2023 and 2024 that the agency has implemented?
I'm sorry, could you ask that once more?
Could you describe any changes in the CDF application process in fiscal year 2023 and 2024 that your agency has implemented?
So we are actually implementing a new software program that many in the sector are looking forward to. I think one of the things that was really instrumental that we heard from the field is that we had a two-part application process. And so what we found was that some organizations would complete the first half of that application and think they're done. And then the second part of the application would come due, and they were not aware, or maybe they moved on to something else, but we found a bit of a drop-off in the two-part of the application process. So we changed that, certainly, so that now moving forward, that two-part application process, we've done away with it. It's going to be a one-step application process where you can upload all of the information in one sitting. Well, not one sitting, but with one application. The other aspect of it is that multiple people from your particular organization can work on the application together. So if you have remote workers and you have workers that are in the office, or you have people that are working remotely in other countries, that they would be able to work on the application at the same time, which is going to be revolutionary. So it's not one of those, all right, I'm going to work on the grant from 12 noon to 4 o'clock. I'm going to send it over to you, and then you can look at it. That's not going to be the case. You'll all be able to look at it and to do different sections collaboratively together to assist you with moving forward. There's going to be opportunities for you to put more information so that the word counts are not so prohibitive. You'll have an opportunity to explain the full depth of your application in terms of the programs and the work that you're doing. So we're really excited about that aspect of it. The process is going to be more streamlined, and we are really excited that this is going to provide more equity in terms of smaller organizations versus larger organizations. The smaller organizations who typically did have more challenges with that two-part process, that's now going to be eliminated. And that's something that coming into this role, I wanted to make sure of, that we didn't have that drop-off of people who did not know or could not manage the second part of the application.
And how has the $40 million allocation been helpful in ensuring equity in this process?
Well, again, like I stated, that we had 82% of our funding went to BIPOC-led organizations, and we were able to get more funding out the door than ever before. And so I think that that was the main aspect that we were able to do with that level of funding.
And could you describe the process in terms of how that happened, in terms of how there were more allocations made to BIPOC organizations?
I would say the main thing, and I'm sure many of you understand this part of the process, is that in order to receive funding through a grant or panel review process, you have to have more people that look just like the people that are serving these particular communities. So what we wanted to do is that we wanted to open up the application panel review process. So the panelists came right from the community. The arts community recommended those individuals that were going to serve on the panels, and that was really a game changer. We had over 250 panelists that were able to assist and read each of these applications. We had 52 panels in actuality. So there were more panels, and for those of you, and Councilmember Brewer, you might remember, we would have, like previously, these panels that could last all day, like from 9 o'clock till 6 o'clock in the evening, where panelists would have to read multiple applications. We've streamlined that process so that it's not an all-day process in that way, that you have more panelists. You have more panelists reviewing fewer applications. So that way it's not, panelists don't suffer from panel review fatigue. And that was a big part of what we were seeing, is that the enthusiasm that many panelists might have at 9 a.m. might dwindle come 4 or 5 o'clock p.m. After they've been sitting around a table. We've also made the panel review process more democratic, so that the panels are actually online now, which makes it accessible to more people that may not be able to come in for that level of panel. So these are things that we have done, but I would say the number one reason that you're able to get more funding to more organizations of color and BIPOC-led organizations is by having the actual panel review process reflect the city of New York, and to have those recommendations for panelists coming directly from the field.
Thank you. Councilmember Brewer?
Thank you very much. One just note, I mean, I happen to like the outdoor restaurants if they're well maintained, but I am in the minority. So it looks to me like a lot of these restaurants are going to have to come down. And so I want to make sure that materials for the arts, because there's a lot of fabulous, in my opinion, artistic emphasis, gets the materials if they want them. So I will call them, but I just want to put it out there that it's something to preserve, and I have a feeling that they and others will figure out great ways to reuse some of these materials.
That's an incredible suggestion. I will certainly take it upon myself to make the call on your behalf, and appreciate that, because Materials for the Arts is always looking for ways to secure additional donations from unlikely sources or unlikely venues, and that certainly would be one.
Okay, and I'm trying to get it into the legislation that it would be mandated, but just FYI.
Of course you are.
Okay. Number two, number two, now this is my ignorance. So the 28.5 for the CDF, that's what it was. Would that include the 40 million? Is that what that number, or is that not inclusive of the 20, I'm just confused. Just the 40 million, just to help me understand how much is going to the CDF.
I think the 28.5 number was the proposed number for FY24.
That was 24. So, because I don't think, because the 40 million is not in the budget, so I would assume,
For fiscal year 23, it was 58 million.
it was what?
58 million.
Okay, so in other words, it would have to be added to for the future. That's what we're all hoping. Okay. The other question I have is, I don't think you mentioned, but maybe I missed it. I'm a big believer, as you are, in arts in schools. Otherwise, we don't build audiences and we don't have kids who understand the arts and all those reasons. So there used to be the ability to, through the blueprint, to figure out the funding and to figure out whether these teachers are, in my opinion, it used to be the law that a certain percentage had to go to the arts. Now, of course, people are focused on literacy and math for the obvious reasons that they have to make those scores. But do you do any analysis, either through budget analysis or arts analysis, of what's going to what I would call either, we all have CASA, but I'm talking about in school?
That's an excellent question, and something that would be more of an appropriate question for the Department of Education as well as with the Comptroller's Office. Because I remember and recall that the Comptroller would do those annual audits, and I feel like that audit that the Comptroller did of Department of Education and other sister agencies really have an understanding of how art and cultural spending is happening in our schools. How art and cultural spending impacts our schools is not within the purview of our agency, but it's certainly something that we care about. It's certainly something that we want to see, and our best ability at being able to influence that has been through implementing the CASA program so that there's after-school programming, but we recognize that more can be done.
Okay, I mean, in the past, Cultural Affairs did work on the blueprint, which was a mandated that the schools had to give you
Right.
what they are doing for the arts. That was pulled by Bloomberg. So I'm letting you know, I thought it was a good idea. I think it's a bad idea not to have that information, because obviously the controller can do, an audit, but that's different than a blueprint. So I want to bring that up.
Duly
Now-
noted. We'll definitely bring that back.
Okay. Now, in terms of the organizations that are city property that are not SIGs, I mean, there's quite a few of them, South Street Seaport being one, always being told there's no way in hell you're going to be a SIG, but everybody wants to be one for obvious reasons, which is the utility grants. So I want to know how many organizations are on city property that are not SIGs, and is there any way that those could be become SIGs? Obviously, nobody wants it if you because it costs money, but those organizations need to be maintained for the rest of our natural lives. So do you have those numbers?
I believe, don't quote me on this number, we're going to look at it. I believe there are about 12 organizations that are part of the utility relief program, and the utility relief program is a program that I was instrumental in spearheading in my time in the city council, making sure that those organizations that would be potentially considered for a SIG designation received a level of funding and support for their utility costs, which have helped many of those organizations move forward. The conversation in terms of implementing and expanding the cultural institution groups is always one that we are looking at, but again, each budget cycle continues to pose its own challenges, and the ability to have another organization become part of the SIG designation is something that has to fit within the budget requirements of the city, because ultimately an organization becoming a SIG extends into the baseline of the city.
Which is a good thing, in my opinion. I'm just letting you know. But how many do we know, other than South Street Seaport, do we know how many others are on city property?
I believe it's about 12,
think it's
but don't
12?
quote me. Don't
Okay,
quote
you
me on
think
that
it's
number. I
12.
believe
So
it's
they
about
get
12.
they get relief, but they don't get the full
It's
complement.
14, actually.
14, okay. So they don't get the full complement of utility relief. Okay.
But I would say in 2019, I was really very proud to lead the effort for Weeksville to be added into the cultural institution groups. So I am one that is understanding. I'm certainly not tone deaf to the conversation. I'm open to the conversation, similar to the baseline conversation. These are important, more than conversations, these are important issues to be discussed, and I continue to look forward to discussing them with you.
Okay, and then just finally, just in terms of maybe working with NYC and Co., even though things are doing better, tourism better, the audiences, at least in Manhattan, are still not there. And so the question is there any allocation of funding, maybe through you or through NYC and Co., to try to get more audiences? We need to do, I think, more what I call local, Connecticut, New Jersey, blah, blah, blah. Because the Asian community, which provided a lot of the audience, is not here, not coming for a while, if it ever. So my question is, what are we doing as a city and with NY and Company to try to get more people in the fannies in the seats, as they say?
I would say that as you mentioned, the Asian community coming back, it's undeniable that they are a huge part of our tourism sector. They are a huge part of getting those fannies back in the seat. They are an instrumental partner in our tourism calculations. And when we've had conversations with NYC and Company, they have continued to express that. Of course, we can always do more with more, but you are asking those, very critical and important questions, and we want to continue to look at how we can bring more people back into the city, recognizing that as the Asian markets slowly open back up, we're going to have to continue to find solutions to address the fact that they're not back where they were previously. But we're going to keep working towards it. All we can do is continue to push forward and move ahead, and to use our creativity, our ingenuity, to bring people back to New York City. And we are seeing progress. There hasn't been any setbacks in terms of numbers and people coming back to New York City, and we just have to keep forging ahead.
All right, so there's no money allocated in cultural affairs to try to get more people, more audiences?
That type of funding would go directly to NYC and Company, as we are a granting agency to cultural organizations who have done a tremendous job at attracting visitors back to New York City through their communications departments, their marketing departments, and of course, at its foundation, the cultural geniusness of our cultural and artistic community.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember. The City Council supports DCLA through a number of initiatives, as you know, Commissioner, including the Cultural Immigrant Initiative, Coalition of the Theaters of Color, CASA and Su Casa. In your words, why are initiatives critical for the cultural community?
Well, I've created some of those initiatives, so I'd like to see them live on. But I would say it really shows an incredible level of partnership between the City Council as well as the Department of Cultural Affairs. You know your communities very intimately, and many of the City Council members know their communities. They know their senior centers. They know their cultural immigration communities. They know those areas better than any citywide agency could, because you're living, sleeping, eating, and breathing your community all day. And it's really important for you to be able to make those types of designations throughout your community, because you know your community best. You're visiting them, you're supporting them, you're awarding them. You have that really on-the-ground experience, and it really is an incredible way to utilize and to exercise what you know to be great about your community. When I was in the City Council, along with Councilmember Jimmy Van Bramer, we were proud to expand the CASA program from 5 grants to 17. I was proud to work with him to create the Cultural Immigration Fund. Responding to the gun violence in our community, I was able to create the Art as a Catalyst for Change initiative, as well as the Theaters of Color initiative, which was really huge. When I came into the City Council, there were 8 organizations receiving a Theater of Color grant, and by the time I left, there were approximately 54 organizations receiving Theaters of Color funding. So this is really the power of the City Council on so many ways to direct the cultural community of the City of New York in a way that you know that nobody on a citywide level could know as intricately as you do.
Many of our culturals depend on city funding to sustain their work and are often bogged down and frustrated by the many barriers and delays presented by the procurement process. Does the agency need additional headcount to effectively distribute the funding in a timely manner, or additional funding to streamline this process?
We are actually really proud at the city, on the city level, that our budgeted headcount is 57, and we actually have 4 vacancies. So that's really very remarkable at this particular time that we have only 4 vacancies. Our agency, as I said, has produced record amount of grantees and awards to organizations more than ever before. As I said, 125 new organizations, 133 public art programs that are about to be realized. We've had an opportunity to place 4 pair artists throughout our agencies and throughout the city's agencies. We've really had an incredible, robust year. We've been proud to implement the SUCASA and the CASA grants and the Theaters of Color and Art as a Catalyst for Change and the Cultural Immigration Fund. We have been doing an extraordinary job on all those levels, as well as the procurement process. Those additions to our headcount are really going to be what the field has called for in terms of we've been able to expand the headcount in our capital unit, making sure that we are able to have organizations have the level of support that they need in order to go through the application process. We also have administered a new process within the capital unit where we're allowing smaller organizations, mid-sized organizations, who are thinking about a capital process for the very first time are given an opportunity to have a review by our capital unit so that they can determine if a capital project is right for them at that time. And we want to make sure that we can help organizations understand the procurement process, about the dynamics of self-managing a project. We want them to understand what all the options are so that they can deliver a better project. I know of myself, speaking personally, as a former director of the Molcata Museum, I was so excited about the art and culture and the history of the African diaspora and bringing that to Brooklyn, New York, but I knew very little about the procurement process. So it's really important to make sure that organizations are educated, have an opportunity to understand what it's actually going to cost, what is the timeline that it costs to deliver a project, what are the delays that could happen, what are all of the change orders that could impact your budget. It's really important for organizations to be well educated on what it's going to take to actually deliver a project.
And although the $40 million allocation was historic, I know that our cultural organizations still need more support. I was informed by our Staten Island Culturals that the $40 million allocation was not enough to support their work and programming, and there is still a need for borough equity, especially for our outer boroughs. How do you ensure equity in funding across boroughs and neighborhoods?
We are working very collaboratively. I've had meetings with our Staten Island council members. We are having a scheduled meeting with our borough president in Staten Island as well. And we are making sure that in all funding cycles, that we have an opportunity to make sure that there is budget equity throughout all of our boroughs. This was something that we paid very close attention to in this budget cycle. But again, we funded approximately 80% of the organizations that applied to funding. Those organizations that might have seen a reduction or might have not received as much funding as they received previously in the past, or organizations that did not receive a grant altogether, we are looking forward in the future to see how we can be helpful. But again, we don't fund 100% of the organizations that apply 100% of the time. We recognize that in this process of trying to level the playing field, which funding 125 new organizations and raising the floor from $5,000 to $10,000 is definitely a movement towards leveling the playing field that's going to feel very uncomfortable. And so for many organizations that were accustomed to receiving a certain amount of funding, as they may have traditionally done, leveling the playing field and implementing more opportunities for smaller and mid-sized organizations to apply does impact the budget and the amount of funding that organizations do receive. But we are working collaboratively to make sure this was a pilot, this first CDF, and we are receiving feedback from many organizations. We just had a meeting with the Latinx Cultural Arts Consortium who spoke very eloquently and passionately about how the CDF reforms impacted their bottom line. So we're looking, we're meeting, we're talking, and we're shaping the CDF process as we speak.
Thank you for that. The fiscal 2024 preliminary plan includes an increase of $849,000 in fiscal 2023 in direct administrative costs for the Wildlife Conservation Society. How will this funding be used?
Ask me that question once more.
Yes. The fiscal 2024 preliminary plan includes an increase of $849,000 in fiscal 2023 in direct administrative costs for the Wildlife Conservation Society. How will this funding be used?
I can't speak to that at this time. Perhaps someone on my team could give me additional information on it, or I'll have to get back to you on that.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Hudson, do you have any questions? How many active capital projects does the agency currently have?
Give me one moment. We are proud to invest in capital projects in all 5 boroughs. Our current capital plan has over $1 billion for more than 400 projects at 200+ organizations. Many different ways to look at capital funding. Whole $1 billion portfolio versus new adds by fiscal year, or number of projects versus dollar amounts. For fiscal year 23, $222 million from the mayor, council, and BPs added for over 70 orgs citywide. I'm happy to follow up and provide specific data that you're interested in, but I would say for capital projects, it's really difficult to look at capital projects only by borough because many organizations will have, everything is included in a capital project. So someone might want to expand their theater, while someone may want to build an entirely new museum for the very first time. So while some boroughs may have, or projects, it's very difficult to compare the projects because some are like computer or technological upgrades, and some are major construction projects, some are renovations. They all have like a different character to them that makes it difficult to just say, Queens might have 15 and the Bronx might have 20, and you may try to say like, oh, the Bronx has 20 and Queens has 15, who's getting more? But you can't really look at them in that way because each project could be very different depending on the size and the scale and actually what they're doing.
And does DCLA work to ensure its capital spending is spread across the city in an equitable way? I know it's hard to break it down by borough, but is there a level of hoping for equity spread across, most especially the outer boroughs when it comes to these capital funded projects?
It's a merit-based program, that's one. And two, the other aspect of that is that organizations apply and we review all of the applications. And so if one borough happens to apply because they have so many cultural institutions in their particular borough that are merit-based, we have to review them from that lens. Some boroughs may not request the level of funding if you're just looking at it by borough, so they may not have the same amount of organizations applying for the same level of capital dollars. So we try to make sure that when those allocations are made, that we are looking by borough, but we're also looking first at merit, looking at borough, looking at consistency in terms of what the organization is asking for, how often they've applied for funding to the Department of Cultural Affairs, and trying to make sure that we are realizing the vision, particularly of many communities that have been underserved for so very long. So like, we're very proud of the fact that we just opened up the first ever building for the Bronx Children's Museum, because the Bronx had not had a brick and mortar project for a children's museum ever. And so we wanted to make sure, you know, I'm a mom who grew up in Brooklyn, New York, and I love taking my son to the Brooklyn Children's Museum. Now we've moved to Staten Island. I love taking him to the Staten Island Museum. We want to make sure that the Bronx, that they can take their children to the Bronx Children's Museum, and my son and I have also been there too. But I'm saying we have to make sure that there's equity across the board so that we can create that level of equity and transparency that's so important.
When you went to the Staten Island Children's Museum, did you do the bowling? The giant bowling? It's really fun.
We might have missed the bowling, and we spent a lot of time at the fire truck.
Yeah, I did too. I know that you brought up that there are 4 staff vacancies. What are those positions that have yet to be hired in?
I'm sorry, could you ask that a question?
Yes, there are 4, I think you brought up that there are 4 staff vacancies within DCLA. I was wondering what positions those are in particular.
You're not happy as chair of culturals at City Council? I'm just teasing.
No, I am.
All right. We
Asking
have,
for a friend.
we have the FEMA Document Management Specialist. We have the Capital Equipment Project Manager. We have the Assistant Commissioner in the Programs Unit. And we have the IT Project Specialist. And so those are the 4 positions that we have. These are, at this time, non-competitive. So we're certainly looking forward to individuals applying for these 4 positions that would complete our headcount. These are critical positions, and we are certainly looking forward to people submitting applications for this particular role.
The one that really sticks with me is the position to hire an additional staffer for capital needs, because I'm sure that that would help DCLA move projects. What has been the trouble in hiring, if you don't mind me asking?
I would say that we haven't had any trouble in hiring. We've just had some really great applicants come in, and we've been doing several rounds of interviews. So it's not at all an issue in terms of hiring. We want to make sure that we are hiring the best individuals to work within our unit. And so we have some really great applicants that we're looking at right now.
And how does the department work to prioritize the capital needs?
Ask me the question once more.
How does the department work to prioritize the capital needs? I guess it's...
Well, certainly we look at, in terms of many organizations may have issues around HVAC issues, boiler issues, sustainability issues, accessibility issues. So there are some organizations that have really critical issues that are impacting their bottom line that I'm sure you're very aware of in your own district. And so we certainly prioritize those organizations that are having what I would consider critical issues to the maintenance of their building as well as the organization. We also look at internally, it's really a very important part of the process in terms of how we review applications. We want to make sure, as we spoke of earlier, that there is a strong level of borough equity. We want to make sure that organizations that are applying are receiving that level of equity. We also understand that many organizations are a part of a multi-year process, so that they each year have already started a project that might need additional funds in order to continue and manage and maintain that particular project that's already started. So we do look very favorably in terms of organizations that are applying, that have previously applied, they're in the pipeline of having their project realized, they've started work and construction. We want to get them across the finish line. And we want to work collaboratively with the City Council as well as the borough presidents to make sure that organizations are fully funded and ready to go, and that those organizations can bring their project to reality very quickly.
My last question for you all is, does the agency have any stated plans on how they're going to address last year's ongoing projects and balance them with this year's projects?
Well, again, I think that if I didn't make it really clear, one of the things that we're doing is to make sure that when an organization who's already applied for capital funding is in the, I don't want to say the middle, but they are at certain stages of their project, we want to make sure that we support those organizations so that they can continue. Something that we're doing very differently this year as well, we're meeting with the borough presidents of each of the boroughs. We've met with the Bronx, Brooklyn, and Manhattan. We have meetings scheduled with Staten Island as well as Queens to make sure that we understand the borough priorities of the borough president along with our agency, to make sure that we are addressing the needs of equity within each of the boroughs. We really want to understand what the borough presidents are very passionate about And so we're looking forward to having more collaboration, because the more collaboration you have, the ability you have to realize projects quickly, effectively, because a fully funded project is a project that can be more streamlined and can operate and function closer to the timeline in which an organization would like to see.
Any recommendation on which cultural I should go to next?
That's an awesome question. I'm going to take you to materials for the arts first. That's not the question, but I want to make sure that I take you to materials for the arts first, to make sure that you can see that. I would say you've already been to the Staten Island Children's Museum. I'm going to just roll out a wild card in that way. I have so many children that I can't pick just one, but I would strongly encourage you to do a tour of Snug Harbor and to really do the whole tour. And if you haven't seen the Noble Maritime Museum, you have seen that one.
I did a big Staten Island day.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. All right, so it's hard to take the cultural chair someplace he hasn't been. So I'm definitely going to take you to, I'm definitely going to start with materials for the arts. And if you haven't been to the Museum of the Moving Image,
I think I'm going this weekend.
oh man, I mean, it's really difficult.
You want to come? Oh, okay.
We went, and it was fabulous, but it was, I recommend it because it's right next door to Materials for the Arts. So when you do Materials for the Arts, you can go to Museum of the Moving Image.
Good to know. Thank you, Commissioner.
You're welcome.
Brenda?
All right, and that concludes this portion of the hearing. So thank you so much to the administration. We'll be moving to the public testimony portion of the hearing in just one moment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Folks, if we could please keep the chatter to a minimum, folks, please keep it down. We have a hearing in the room next door. They can hear you through the walls. Please keep it down.
And again, this will be the Committee on Cultural Affairs, Libraries, and International Intergroup Relations. We'll be beginning public testimony shortly. I'm going to read the names of the individuals testifying on our first 3 public panels. Just because I know not everyone might be in the room, we're going to read the names of everyone on the first 3 panels. These individuals are, for public panel number 1, and this is beginning in just a few moments, and apologies in advance for any mispronunciations, Iratami or Tammy Oyajibi from the Teen Center Site Coordinator from Far Rockaway Teen Lab. And just, we'll be starting with libraries panels and a couple of young people, and then move to culturals in person. But again, we'll read all the names. So Tammy from Far Rockaway Teen Library, Amaryllis Green, Lauren Bradley from Urban Librarians Unite, Nuris Pimentel from Library Circulation Services at Red Hook Library, and Selena Sharman from Queens Public Library. That's panel 1. Panel 2, Deborah Allman, as well as the other as well as the other union presidents, John Hyslop and Ronald Barber. Panel 3, Lyman Claiborne, from Services for Over Adults at the Brooklyn Public Library, Michaeline Von Drathen from Friends of Ridgewood Library, Tammy Reed from the Queens Public Library, and Elena Morrow from Care Not Cuts. So that's our first 3 panels. We will begin shortly. Thank you. Okay, so we're just going to name the individuals on the first panel again. If you can come to the table, please. Tammy, or you have Jibvi, again, apologies, from Far Rockaway Teen Library. Amaryllis Green, Lauren Bradley, Nuris Pimentel, and Selena Sharman. Thank you. Okay, thank you so much, everyone. So we'll now begin the public testimony portion of today's hearings on cultural affairs, libraries, and international intergroup relations. We'll be beginning with public panel number 1, just starting with a few housekeeping items. As a reminder, we do have a clock today. It's 2 minutes. The clock is on the wall, so when you begin your testimony, the clock will begin. Council members will be limited to 5 minutes. And just a reminder that if there is anything that you don't say in testimony, or if you'd like to submit anything additional, or you did not testify orally today, the council does meticulously review all written testimony and accepts written testimony up to 72 hours after the hearing. That can be submitted to testimony@council.nyc.gov. So at this point, we will begin with our first public panel. And our first witness today, apologies again in advance, Tammy Oyavijibbi, apologies, the Teen Center Site Coordinator from Far Rockaway Teen Library. Okay, thank you, and you may begin your testimony when ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Tammy Oyavijibbi, and I am the Teen Center Coordinator at Queens Public Library, Far Rockaway Teen Library. Thank you, Chair Osei, and members of the committee for giving me the opportunity to speak. As a Teen Center Coordinator, I curate fun and academic after-school activities for teens. Programming can range from chess clubs, arts and craft, mindfulness hours, and digital literacy workshops, to name a few. Ultimately, teens come to the library because it is a safe space for them to learn, engage, and relax with their peers. Recently, a young gentleman returned to the teen library. He expressed the great role the library played in his life while he was in middle and high school, and how he wished he participated more in our workshops. He complimented the library's recent makeover and currently pushing his community to utilize the teen library while they are still of age. We also recently received a card from a parent of one of our teens. He and his 14-year-old daughter migrated to the United States. Since regularly attending the teen library, his daughter's English speaking skills has improved and has started making new friends. The card was his show of appreciation for the positive impact the library has made in his daughter's life. A decrease in service will not only affect the teens, but the parents as well. The community is in need of safe space for our youth. The pandemic has really affected young adults and their social skills. Reducing library services affects the next generation just as the pandemic has. While a great community, Far Rockaway is a long distance from many of the things New York City has to offer teens. The teens often feel forgotten about, and reducing service takes away a vital pillar for youth services in the neighborhood since 2008. It will affect the extra help the library provides to parents, the local schools, and youth. I urge the mayor and the New York City Council to fully fund libraries in the fiscal year 2024 budget. Chair Osei, thank you for allowing me to testify today.
All right, thank you so much for your testimony. And just a reminder, if the clock goes off, if there's anything that you can't finish, if you could just wrap up, and then we will review all written testimony as well. So thank you so much. The next witness will be Amaryllis Green. All right, thank you.
Hi, my name's Amaryllis Green. I hope everyone in this room is well. I'm 12 years old, and I'm here today with all due respect to speak about keeping libraries open and funded. Mayor Eric Adams, we can't kill creative minds like mine who view the world through books and see other parts of the world through them. I've learned about other cultures, participated in science projects, read many books, even a book on what credit score is, which is to everyone's life very vital. You were transparent about your learning disabilities, so my question to you is, do you believe it's the right thing to do to choose not to fund libraries or other programs to help the future generations who suffer from their learning disabilities or the ones you have? Not to mention, have you not found yourself at my age in a library or two to feel safe from the bullies in the streets? How will self-published authors be able to have their books placed on the library shelves to give someone else the motivation to be the next lawyer, actress, poet, and/or pilot, to name a few? If libraries close because they lack the funding for various programs needed to better people's lives, I say again, Mayor Adams, can't you see we need to fund our libraries? Thank you, Amaryllis Green.
Great job. Thank you for testifying.
Thank you so much. The next witness will be Lauren Bradley from Urban Libraries Unite.
Thank you. Thank you, committee members, and thank you, Chair Osei. My name is Lauren Bradley, and I am here on behalf of the Board of Directors for Urban Librarians Unite. This morning, the library presidents made a correlation between the need for library spaces and library staff. You cannot have a library without staff. Our membership are mostly frontline library workers and their supporters. We are the ones who work directly with our patrons who are experiencing a range of issues, including homelessness, eviction, opioid addiction, food insecurity, learning barriers, and structural oppression. Our members are also involved in community efforts like mutual aid networks, food pantries, harm reduction programs, and open streets because we see firsthand these services that our communities need. Right here in New York City, our members have been subject to a number of old challenges that once again are rising in the face of hate and division, organized protests at library branches against Drag Queen Story Hour, rises in formal and informal book challenges from the community, library services for new migrant populations as they enter our city. We continue the good work that we have always done while facing chronic understaffing and budget cuts, which also predate the pandemic. Our members are here to serve the public, that's why they entered the profession. But they need the financial support of the City Council in order to make this work happen. Library workers, unfortunately, excel at doing more with less because we've had to. But the truth is, we can do more with more. Because of this work, our branches play a key role in reimagining New York City as a more equitable and just city. So we're asking you, please restore the projected cuts and maybe invest on top of them so library workers can expand this vital frontline service. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. The next witness will be Nuris Pimentel from Red Hook Library.
Hello. Good afternoon. I want to thank the City Council for the chance to speak today. My name is Nuris Pimentel. I work at the Red Hook branch, and I'm going on my 23rd year of checking books in and out, asking our kids, how was school? Did you finish your homework? Asking the parents, how are you? Never forget the parents. helping with resumes, GED services, helping patrons apply for unemployment, SNAP, lease renewals for NYCHA, Medicaid, Medicare renewals, and doctor appointment confirmations, because everything is digital. Think about a 75-year-old elderly Dominican immigrant coming in with her lease renewal, having no idea how to access the site or upload her Social Security statement. Never used a computer a day in her life. That 75-year-old is my mom, Magdalena Martinez, your mom, someone's grandmother. This is what libraries do on an everyday basis. This is why we are essential to the everyday life of a New Yorker. Rolling back these services would be devastating. I have firsthand experience in how service cuts would impact a community. My library closed last week for much-needed renovations. Even with that, we had months of outreach and meetings to listen to resident needs, their cries, their panic, and their worry about temporarily losing their branch. If budget cuts go through, this is what it would look like at locations that are forced to cut back services and hours. Patrons constantly refer to our branch as a safe haven, a welcoming, peaceful environment that they know they can come to for help. This is what the library means to my community, to Brooklyn, and the rest of the city. Please don't cut the budget for the library. You're gonna hear from my mom. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. The next person will be Selena Sharman. You may begin your testimony when ready.
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Selena Sharman, and I am the Outreach and Programming Librarian at Queens Public Library's Central Library. Thank you, Chair Jose, for allowing me to speak today. I'm here today in support of increased funding for our libraries. Budget cuts for libraries will have a huge impact on children and families, especially immigrant families who use public libraries all the time. The city needs to protect immigrant communities, and an important step in doing so is by preserving Queens Public Library's budget and supporting all public libraries across the city. My own story illustrates the support that libraries provide to immigrants. Queens Public Library helped me and my family to have a career in my new country. I immigrated from Bangladesh with my husband in 2000. He and I started a clothing business in Lower Manhattan, New York City. After 9/11, we lost everything. My husband then had a stroke. At that time, Queens Public Library staff were there for me and for my family. It's been 20 plus years since I started working at QPL. At the beginning of my career, I attended English classes as a foreign language class at Queens Public Library. I knew very little English when I joined as a part-time library worker. Later, QPL supported me and my family to survive in New York City. I wanted to be a librarian, and they sent me to study library science at CUNY Queens College, and I became a librarian in 2006. Part of my job is to organize educational and cultural programs in various languages spoken in Queens. When I attend community events, I answer different questions and library services. I think I found my niche, and I love my job. Every single day, I encourage people to come inside the library. People who speak Bengali feel empowered because they can communicate in their language at the library. Since I have been working as a frontline librarian at the reference desk, every single day I help people who speak different languages such as Bengali, Polish, Urdu, and Spanish. You name it. Since we started using Language Line, a live phone interpretation service in more than 240 languages, we get to help even more new Americans. As our tagline states, at Queens Public Library, we speak your language, wherever you come from. When immigrants come to the library, they also bring their family. Recently, a father came looking for help finding a job. His wife came for English classes, and their son came to get the GED exam. They all received
I'm so sorry, we're
what
at
they
time.
needed at QPL. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We have over 40 people and more that are submitting slips. But again, we will meticulously review all written testimony. So thank you so much, everyone. And we will now move to the next panel. If we don't have any questions. Okay, so as a reminder, the next panel will be Deborah Allman, New York Public Library local president on behalf of all 3 union presidents and 3 systems. Ms. Allman is joined by John Heaslap from Queens Library Guilds, Local 1321, and Ronald Barber from Brooklyn Public Library Guild, Local 1482. And again, we'll be using a 2-minute clock, but we do review everything meticulously, and thank you all for coordinating. You may begin your testimony when ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Chi Osei and fellow committee members. Thank you for giving my fellow president and I the opportunity to testify at this year's committee hearing. John Heaslap, president of Local 1321, Queens Public Library, and Ronaldo Barber, president of Local 1482, Brooklyn Public Library, and I, Deborah Allman, president of Local 1930 New York Public Library, come before you united in our request that you save our libraries. Everyone in this room knows the value libraries play in our neighborhoods in New York City. Everyone knows the oversized impact we have in our neighborhoods. Each and every library in each and every neighborhood, each and every day, provide free access to a plethora of books, computers, programs, and information in a space that is clean, safe, and secure. The members of 374, 1321, 1482, and 1930, from Riverdale to Tottenville, from Brighton Beach to Greenpoint, from Astoria to Belrose, who call their branches home, know how vital our services are to our friends and neighbors. Our libraries are not immune to the many factors affecting our cities. With the mayor's initiative to serve teenagers, libraries work with our members and dedicated programs and services for teens. The recent migrants have created a surge in use of adult learning classroom computers. Usage in library spaces and IDNYC usage.
Sorry, that's time.
Thank you.
We do have your written testimony, though.
Okay,
Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, and there are no questions. Thank you so much for your time. And due to capacity issues, not everybody can be in the room until it's time to testify. So we are adhering to the clock, and thank you for your understanding. Our next panel will be Lyman Claiborne from Brooklyn Public Library. Apologies, one moment. Michaeline Von Drathen from Ridgewood Library, of the Friends of Ridgewood Library, Tammy Reed from Queens Public Library Volunteers, and Elena Morrow from Care Not Cuts. Thank you so much, and apologies in advance again for any mispronunciations. The next person to testify, the first person on Public Panel 3, will be Lyman Claiborne, Services for Older Adults at Brooklyn Public Libraries. You may begin your testimony when ready. Just make sure you can see the red light on the microphone if you press the button.
Got it. My name is Lyman Claiborne, Coordinator of Services for Older Adults at Brooklyn Public Library. I would like to thank the committee for the chance to testify and for their past advocacy in keeping our libraries strong. The Library Services for Older Adults Department provides inclusive programming and services tailored to patrons over the age of 55, including creative aging art programs, author talks, performances, technology trainings, and educational programs. Our Books by Mail program services homebound and low vision patrons with free library materials in many languages, and our Books to Go service provides free library materials to senior sites and centers. I see and hear firsthand evidence of the benefits libraries make to our community, as older adults can be very vocal, as you can imagine, and usually appreciative in their opinions of the library's programs. We have a beloved patron named Faye in her 90s who lost her husband during COVID, who wrote to us saying, "Taking the wonderful courses helped me maintain my sanity, my creativity, and my ability to socialize with others." On a personal note, as you can tell by my accent, I come from a southern state that grew progressively less progressive towards libraries and democratic institutions, and it is with great happiness that I work for public libraries in New York City because of their spaces for expression and creativity. On behalf of our older adult patrons, we believe now is the time to continue investing in New York City's libraries. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. We'll now move to the next witness. One moment. The next witness is Michaeline Von Drathen from Friends of Ridgewood Library.
Good afternoon. My name is Michaeline Von Drathen, and I am the president of the Queens Public Library's Friends of Ridgewood Library. Thank you, Chair Osei, for giving me the opportunity to testify about how budget cuts to Queens Public Library will be terrible for my community and borough. Queens Public Library and the Ridgewood Library branch are extremely important to me and my family. The library has always been there for me at every stage of my life, always ready to help and at times provide comfort. My family has been going to Ridgewood Library for over 90 years. I have attended numerous arts and cultural programs, workshops, trainings, information sessions, and concerts, and have borrowed countless books, movies, and music. Sometimes I just go to the library to escape for a bit. I always leave the library a little wiser and with a better outlook on life. These are just a few of the reasons why I use and love the library. The library is a priceless and vital resource hub in my community. It is a trusted community institution and safe space where all are welcome and have access to information and resources, all for free. Summer meals, after-school help, housing resources, English language classes, health and exercise programs, cooling centers in the summer, free Wi-Fi, access to computers, tax help, job training, and cultural programs, just to name a few. The library is also a space where people of all ages can gather to socialize, whether you're a child, older adult, a new parent, unemployed, new to the country or area, a reader, or looking to better yourself. The library is the place to go. Libraries are where the public funds should be invested, not taken away. To cut the library's budget is to deny access to numerous resources, information, and programs to all, especially those in communities who are the most vulnerable. I can't think of a better place that offers a better return on investment. To invest in libraries is to invest in the people and communities they serve. Libraries, the people who work there, the people that visit them are essential to our democracy and to our community. So please support Queens Public Library and reverse the proposed cuts. Chair Osei and council members, thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. The next witness will be Tammy Reed, and you may begin when ready.
Good afternoon, Chair Osei and members of this committee. My name is Tammy Reed, and I'm here to give testimony about the proposed budget cuts to Queens Public Library. For many years, I have relied on the Queens Public Library for my reading entertainment as well as other services provided by the library. Those services include the use of computers and printers, the St. Albans Library Book Club, food pantry, special events, and workshops. As someone who is approaching retirement at a pace I care not to mention, currently on a semi-fixed income and coming up on a more of a permanent fixed income, I am beginning and will become more dependent on the library services. The library means the world to me and my community, and to cut their funding would be devastating. And the library isn't just about books, it's also about the services that are provided. Without these services, I truly believe the community would be at a loss. Now imagine our youth searching for a job, but they don't have access to computers. For that matter, they don't even have a clue as to how to put a resume together, and no money to pay someone to assist them. What will they do? I guess one option would be to take the wrong path and earn their money via the streets. But I'd rather they have the opportunities to do it the right way. And right now, they can turn to the library for assistance free of charge. What about unemployed people with limited skills seeking employment? What will they do? Right now, they can reach out to the library, gain valuable skills to propel them to the next step, again, free of charge. Recently, I attended a Zoom meeting about the services the library can provide to those who are recently incarcerated. assisting them with New York City IDs and other services to get them acclimated back into society to become productive citizens of this city. I'd rather these individuals have a chance to make it in life. And let's not forget the new mothers workshops and immigrant workshops. What a wonderful source the library can be. I could go on and on, but I think you get the drift. My community cannot afford any cutbacks. We so desperately need these services. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And the last person on this panel will be Elena Morrow from Care Not Cuts.
Yes.
You may begin when ready.
Hi, thank you, Committee Chair Osei and members of the committee. My name is Elena Morrow, and I'm a New Yorker residing in Brooklyn. I'm not really with Care Not Cuts. It was just how I found out about this hearing today. I'm just a person who loves the library, and I oppose these deep cuts and reduction to the library proposed by Mayor Adams in this preliminary budget. I've been a member of the New York Public Library and Brooklyn Public Libraries for almost 20 years. I also work in book publishing and have seen how important books are across the spectrum. I'm here to talk about the cuts to libraries this fiscal year and going forward. As an active library goer, I'm so upset by this attack on these institutions that serve so many New Yorkers daily. The libraries provide, as we've heard today, access to so much more than books and resources. There are so few places where you can go as a New York City, a New Yorker, anywhere that is just a safe, free space that you can be warm in the winter and cool in the summer, that can provide a place for people to come together that are both, you know, from our youngest to our oldest. Last week at my branch of the NYPL, which is the newly renovated Mid-Manhattan branch, I saw flyers for career service and resume workshops, for a healthy cooking cookbook club, for a teen writing group, and so many more. At the Brooklyn Heights branch, which is where I live, there were a weekly knitting group, a weekly adult coloring group, among many other active groups. Both offer a place for older people or those who are living alone to meet members of their community, and connection, which we all know, as we've seen through the pandemic, how important that is for mental health. And the library offers so many opportunities for both community and connection beyond what we have all been talking about today. There is abundant, well-documented research that children who grow up with and around books are more proficient in literacy, numeracy, and using information to communicate with other people and to gather and analyze information. Our local libraries offer all of our children a chance to grow up with books they might not otherwise afford and in a nurturing environment. The mayor is essentially cutting off a lifeline for working class communities. Lastly, we have seen sweeping book bans and legislation attacking libraries and librarians in many other parts of the United States. I was and remain proud that the NYPL and the Brooklyn Public Library took a public stance against these bans. We should be doing all we can as New Yorkers to continue to push back against the attacks on libraries and the books in them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And just to clarify, apologies, the topic was libraries and Care Not Cuts, hashtag Care Not Cuts.
Yes.
Not the organization, so thank you so much.
Yes.
Okay, and we don't have any questions for this panel, so thank you so much. That concludes this panel. We'll now move to 3 more in-person public panels, and I'll read the names of all panelists for the next 3 panels. We understand that not everyone is in the room at the moment, that we have capacity limitations. So again, we'll read the names of the next 3 public panels, Public Panel 4, 5, and 6. The next panel, Public Panel 4, will be Coco Killingsworth from the SIG, Adrian Benepe from Brooklyn Botanic Garden, David Freudenthal from Carnegie Hall, and Eleni DeServio from Lincoln Center. Public Panel 5, the panel after that, will be Lucy Sexton from New Yorkers for Culture and the Arts, Lisa Gold from Asian American Arts Alliance, Angel Hernandez from the New York Botanical Garden, and Stephanie Cunningham from Museum Hugh. Public Panel 6, the panel following that will be Yayun Tang from New York Foundation for the Arts, Melody Capote, Tamia Santana, Anais Reyes, and Jolene Noel. So that's a lot of information. So again, I'll just read the names of those on the following panel. Again, it will be Coco Killingsworth from the Cultural Institutions Group, Adrian Benepe from Brooklyn Botanic Garden, David Freudenthal from Carnegie Hall, and Eleni DeServio. We'll let people get settled and begin in 1 moment. Okay, so now we are ready to begin, and we'll just move forward in the same order. So Ms. Killingsworth, Coco Killingsworth from the SIG, you may begin your testimony when ready.
Don't start my time yet. Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Osei and members of the
Committee on Cultural Affairs. My name is Coco Killingsworth, and I am the chair of the Cultural Institutions Group and the vice president of Creative Social Impact at BAM. Thank you for the opportunity to testify and for your ongoing support of arts and cultures in New York. The CIG is a coalition of 34 cultural institutions that are charged with providing excellent stewardship for many of the most important New York City-owned properties throughout the 5 boroughs. Our city's culture and neighborhood anchors are members of the CIG and include some of the most vital cultural, scientific, historical, and artistic institutions in the world. New Yorkers are at home in our buildings, our halls, our classrooms, and on our stages. In addition to the intrinsic value of our that our institutions bring to the city, we are also vital economic engines that power tourism, employment, and commerce. Collectively, our 34 institutions employ over 11,000 full-time and part-time staff, including over 5,000 union members. The vast majority of these employees also live in New York City, contributing back to the local communities. The cultural community unites in respectfully requesting that the $40 million added adoption in FY23 be restored and baselined. We request that an additional $10 million to be split evenly between the SIG and our program group partners to help create more stability and equity within the sector. We ask for the full restoration of all cultural council initiatives. Please ensure our organizations can develop and maintain their workforces sustainably. SIGs drive tourism and local business. In 2022, New York City welcomed over 50 million visitors. Visitation is forecast to grow to 62 million in 2023. SIGs provide essential services and programming to New Yorkers across the city. In terms of COVID crisis, we have distributed over 450,000 COVID tests to date. I knew that was gonna happen. SIGs partner with schools. The Staten Island Children's Museum has distributed free arts kits to 800 pre-K kids children last year. SIGs are also vital to seniors across the city. At BAM, one of our vanguard initiatives is to consistently support our highly valued senior programming and provide an artistic outlet to our seniors. There is not a part of the city that SIGs don't impact. From our parks to our schools to our businesses, every part of our city benefits from the work of the cultural sector. The return on your investment in our institutions is outstanding, and we hope that you will be able to continue your support. Thank you for allowing me the time to testify and for your leadership.
Thank you, and apologies, we do need to keep to the clock, but everything will be part of the record if it's not within the 2 minutes. We just know that people are not allowed in the room, so we're trying to facilitate people moving through. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
And apologies in advance again for any mispronunciations, but the next witness will be Adrian Benepe from Brooklyn Botanic Garden. You may begin when ready.
Good afternoon, Adrian Benepe from Brooklyn Botanic Garden. Thank you, Chair Osei, and our council member Hudson for hearing us. If you're looking for a place to go, I am the Lorex. I speak for the cherry trees. As with all the cultural organizations we hear from, we've had to overcome a lot of obstacles from the pandemic and related financial huge challenges. Despite that, things are really turning around for all of us. I'll just highlight a few things. Our education programs, which are the cornerstone of our work, have returned to full in-person instruction school visits. We expect to have 200,000 children admitted free as usual this year. We will continue to offer our free community tickets at all times. Our greening, community greening initiatives are back in full too. We had Making Brooklyn Bloom for the first time in 3 years. We had our Greenest Block in Brooklyn contest. That's coming back again this summer and came back last summer. And we're having a whole summer-long theme of trees and climate change, the power of trees, for this spring and summer. We're also really looking to deepen our relationships with the community-based arts organizations through cultural programming, such as our Art in the Garden series. During this 12-week program, our visitors enjoy music and dance performances by local artists who reflect the diversity of Brooklyn. These partnerships with arts organizations and artists allow BBG to put money directly back into our creative economy by hiring local performing artists and visual artists who put up temporary artwork. Notwithstanding all of the great things we do, the challenges continue. Foreign tourism continues to be lower than it should be, and we are asking you to bring back the baseline and funding and bring back that $40 million and add the $10 million to have the baseline. This is really important because with that funding, we can do things like workforce development. We can continue to fund school and youth programs. We can have our free community tickets. And I should add that 70% of the employees that we fund in part with that funding are union members. They're members of D37, our gardeners, securities. So thank you, and I respectfully ask you to restore that funding and baseline it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your testimony. The next witness will be David Freudenthal from Carnegie Hall.
Thanks. Chair Osei, Councilmember Hudson. I'm honored to be David Freudenthal from Carnegie Hall, Government Affairs Director. I'm also chair of the Government Relations Committee of the CIG, and they're here in that dual capacity. Thank you, Chair Osei, Councilmember Hudson, and honored to be joined this panel of fierce advocates for culture, and to say our thanks from us all. We know that we have in all of you, members and staff, passionate advocates, believers in the power of what we do. I really just want to echo the words you heard from Coco and Adrian about the urgent need for meaningful and sustained investment on the part of the city for culture in the year ahead. And the value of Carnegie Hall's own robust partnership in that space in service to our communities. I will underline the need for the $40 million in FY23 restoration and the additional $10 million for the cultural community in the year ahead, and a restoration of all the council initiatives that the chair spoke with the commissioner about earlier. A commitment to funding the arts and culture is a compound investment in economic resiliency, growth, and workforce development, community healing, education, and public safety. It's arts and, you know, all the things that culture can do to build a strong and safe community. Our Carnegie Hall's own commitment to our neighbors in all 5 boroughs, many of which are supported by the council, are summarized in our written testimony, and you'll find more info about the breadth and depth of our service, and we are grateful for the support you've shown for this, and we urge the council's investment in this key sector that gives so much back. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. And the last member of this panel is Eleni DeServio from, apologies again for any mispronunciations, from Lincoln Center.
Thank you, Chair Osei and members of the committee. My name is Eleni DeServio, Senior Director of Government Relations for Lincoln Center. We are home to 11 arts and arts education nonprofits, including the New York Public Library for the Performing Arts, the Vivian Beaumont Theater, the only Broadway theater off-Broadway, jazz and film, to name a few. The full list is in my written testimony. Today, I'm here with my colleagues urging you to seeking public support to ensure stability across our cultural ecosystem and artistic communities. We request the City Council invest $50 million towards cultural stability. Baseline is the headline. We need that $40 million to ensure that all of us could invigorate the New York City economy and make sure that our city remains vibrant. That, in addition to the $10 million for BIPOC, accessibility, and LGBTQ-led and serving organizations, and fully restoring funding for all of our City Council initiatives. Today, I'm urging the City Council to show their support for the arts and the cultural sector through the city's budgeting process with baseline funding. We are here, as I said, in solidarity. Our sector creates pathways to upward mobility, jobs, serves as the economic engine, and fosters a sense of belonging for all New Yorkers. We as an institution are part of that ecosystem, supporting artists, creative workers, and educators that are embedded into the daily life of New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs. Serving as both cultural and community hubs, the arts are at the heart of this city, nurturing the mind, body, and soul of all that live here and those that visit. As I said, many of us found ways during the pandemic while we were closed to support New Yorkers, even when we couldn't put on performances. We used our spaces for vaccine drives, to serve as testing centers, outdoor graduations for local high schools, food distributions, and so much more. And so a healthy cultural ecosystem helps enrich our economic resiliency and growth, uplifts the mental and civic health of communities, and lays the foundation for an equitable and safe city. Thank you for your time.
Can I ask all four of you to briefly go down the line and talk about why baselining would be so important for your institutions in this next budget. Not only the baselining, but the investment of an additional $10 million.
I think you heard it repeatedly. For us, what baselining means is stability. Specifically, it's around workforce development. When we know years ahead, we can plan around who to hire and who to bring on to be a part of our institutions to do the work that we mentioned, but is clearly throughout all of our written testimony. But we need that stability. We start at every point in this year, in the budget process, we start, essentially looking for that total number to be able to spend energy in advance, really looking at the workforce and really being able to plan allows us to be stable. And I think what we've all experienced right now in the city is it needs stability. We've done our part in bringing the city back and bringing people back and supporting local economies, but we also need to be whole and stable to continue to do that. And all of that is true, specifically for BAM. That's what we're looking at as right now we are deep in our process of planning for FY24 for our budget. And that includes not just the performance we'll hold or the programs that we'll do, but the staff who will support all of that. We need to know that we have the support of the city to continue to not just grow as an organization, but be here and be an essential part of the ecosystem.
Chair, I would add that, you have to look at every dollar that the city gives to us gets a $4 return for private money that we raise to pay for all of these programs. So, for example, when we're working on a workforce development program where we want to sort of diversify the workforce that gets these very good union gardening jobs, we're going to raise a lot of private money to do that. But you can look at if you look at the Brooklyn Botanic Gardens experience, the public support we get is about 20% of our overall budget. That includes some state money. 10 years ago was 40%. The money has stayed constant over the last decade, so that all of us have seen a big shrinkage of the public support we get. That has to be replaced with private dollars. And as you can see, every time there's an economic sneeze, the private dollars kind of shrink away like they're going to get sick. So we're still in very unsettled times now. What the public funding represents, it's not giving us much more than we used to have. It's keeping us from falling further behind. Baselining that keeps us from falling further behind to deliver critical mission, to give those free, the free programs that we give to school programs aren't free. We're paying people to give those programs. We're thrilled that DC 37 workers finally got a raise 3 years later after the contract expired. But that 16% increase is something we have to pay for. We have to budget for it. So the city money may or may not pay for those bonuses. We're glad they got bonuses, but we're going to have to, the bottom line rests with us. So we see the city money as being a piece of the foundation, certainly not the whole picture. And it allows us a little bit of that stability that Coco was talking about, so that we know we can go out to the private sector and say, please give us some money to 4 times match this public money that we've gotten.
That is well said by both Coco and Adrian. I will reinforce that the city money pays for union jobs. There's an expectation on our part of, not an expectation of the funding, but we have the partnership for Carnegie Hall and for the CIG with the city is, it's arts in service to New Yorkers, and the public funding is key to that, to the stability associated with that is key to that partnership. As you just heard, we fundraise fiercely from the private sector, from everywhere we can, to be able to provide that service. But it's at a core for the CIG as a whole on a commitment to serving New Yorkers, and that public compact is underwritten and supported with that ongoing public commitment, and the stability and the guarantee of that. Nothing is guaranteed, but the city's renewed and commitment to that support is essential.
And I would just add that, having that baseline funding allows us to invest in the operations and the maintenance of our spaces. These are old institutions and they require constant investment from our performance and operations teams. And so we need this funding in order to ensure that our spaces can be there when the city needs us most. during the next crisis or on an ongoing basis, because we all act, as I said, as community centers for our respective neighborhoods.
Thank you.
And that concludes this panel. Thank you so much. We'll now move to our next public panel, beginning with Lucy Sexton from New Yorkers for Culture and the Arts, Lisa Gold from Asian American Arts Alliance, Angel Hernandez, and Stephanie Cunningham. Okay, our first witness will be Lucy Sexton, and you may begin your testimony when ready.
Thanks so much. Thanks, Chair Osei, members of the City Council, for hearing our testimony. You're going to hear today from many artists and cultural groups detailing the extraordinary work they do across our city. The creative economy is key to making the city work. Last year's support from the council resulted in real wins for our communities, right? Queens Theater hired back staff laid off in the pandemic. Arts House Schools, one of the only cultural organizations serving families in Coney Island, was able to expand class offerings to their kids. And the Bronx Council of the Arts was able to increase its regranting to local artists. Still, there were hundreds of organizations that did not receive what they needed, and the sector continues to be unstable, waiting every year to see what the funding will be, if they'll be able to retain their staff or cut their programming, and if they can continue to support those artists in the Bronx who were not supported when hip-hop began 50 years ago, so those artists had to leave the city or the sector to make a living. We're asking that the city do it differently this time. We need proper investment and stability. Baseline is the headline. To put our ask in perspective, let me point to Museum Hugh's devastating research that underfunded BIPOC-led organizations actually need an investment of $100 million. And in reality, we need New York City to devote a full 1% of its budget to its critical culture and arts sector. As a down payment towards those goals, I joined the CIG and many other colleagues in calling for a baselining of the $40 million that the council added last year. Culture's baseline budget has not been increased in more than a decade. We're asking for an additional $10 million to equitably fund the whole cultural ecosystem, or to more equitably fund it. And that should be split between CIG and program groups. We ask that you restore full funding to the invaluable council initiatives, including Coalition of Theaters of Color, CASA, SUCASA, Cultural Immigrant Initiative. The need has increased, and so should the programming to vulnerable communities. Now is the time to make this bold and visionary move to stabilize the sector and help us be prepared for the next crisis, so culture will again be there to help the city revive and rebuild. Thanks.
Thank you so much. The next witness is Lisa Gold from Asian American Arts Alliance. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Osei. Nice to see you all. My name is Lisa Gold. I'm the Executive Director of the Asian American Arts Alliance, a 40-year-old nonprofit organization that works to ensure greater representation, equity, and opportunities for AAPI artists and arts organizations. If you watched the Academy Awards last week, you might have noticed something a little bit different. The Asian-led film, Everything Everywhere All at Once, took home 7 Oscars, including Best Actress and Best Supporting Actor. But can you believe that in 2023, Michelle Yeoh was the first Asian actress to win that award? And Ke Huy Quan was only the second Asian American in history, 95 years, to win his category. That night helped Americans see AAPIs as talented, multifaceted, creative Americans to be admired and respected. And visibility of that kind is what we need to end the xenophobic othering and violence that's directed at our community. AFA works every day, my organization, to elevate the talented actors and painters and sculptors and dancers and musicians in our community. As a matter of fact, we presented 2 of those Oscar-nominated musicians who scored Everything Everywhere All at Once at Bryant Park last summer for all New Yorkers to enjoy. And we rely on city funding to support this important work, as AAPI organizations are notoriously underfunded and overlooked by the philanthropic and corporate communities. Ask me about the 65-9 statistic. In order to ensure that we and our taxpaying community, which makes up almost 18% of the city population, continue to thrive and contribute to the arts ecosystem here. that brings so much to the city. I'm asking, respectfully requesting that $40 million be added to adoption in FY23, that it is restored and baselined. As you have heard so frequently today, baseline is the request. And we're also asking for an additional $10 million so that the cultural community can create more stability and equity within our sector. And finally, full restoration of all city council initiatives, cultural initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. The next witness will be Angel Hernandez from the New York Botanic Garden.
Good afternoon, Chair Osei and members of the committee. I am Angel Hernandez, Director of Government Relations for New York Botanical Garden. We are also part of the CIG, the Cultural Institutions Group. Thank you for letting me testify this afternoon and for your ongoing support. Since NYBG reopened its doors during the first summer of COVID-19 2 years ago, we were all uncertain about the possibilities. Being one of the few outdoor cultural institutions in the city to open so early in the pandemic, our concerns range from worrying for essential staff to worrying about if our institution will come back. Well, I am glad to report that we are at pre-pandemic visitation levels. We have a robust workforce, including our DC 37 employees, and we're continuing the work in the Bronx despite whatever we get and whatever is on the horizon. Our school programs are in full effect as well. For example, Edible Academy School Partnership has welcomed back students at our state-of-the-art learning campus. We continue to fight food insecurity by growing and donating produce from the same location to the VA hospital and public schools throughout the Bronx. So far, we've donated tens of thousands of tons of produce, all grown in the Bronx. In the face of uncertainty, New York Botanical Garden continues to push to get its doors opened, to get the city and to open up for its most economic driving events. For example, the annual train show continued throughout early months of the pandemic, bringing in thousands of tourists from all over the world. Last year in 2021, Kusama Cosmic Nature, which was our highly and most attended exhibition in our 130 years of existence, that helped us out as well. And it just shows us that and exemplifies that we are resilient and continue despite uncertainty. And this is why that I ask on behalf of the New York Botanical Garden and the Cultural Committee respectfully request that the $40 million, as you've heard many times before, added to adoption of FY23 to be restored and baseline. We request an additional $10 million to be split evenly between the CIG and our program groups. And finally, we ask for full restoration of all Cultural Council initiatives as well.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. All right, we'll now move to our final witness on this panel, which will be Stephanie Cunningham from Museum Hugh. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to the chair, Councilmember Chi Osei, and the rest of the City Council Committee. My name is Stephanie Johnson Cunningham. I'm the Executive Director of Museum Hugh, an arts organization dedicated to the advancement of Black, Indigenous, Latinx, Asian, and all people of color. We are a coalition of over 400 arts entities through our Hugh Arts New York initiative, representing, again, Black, Indigenous, Latinx, and Asian arts entities across the 5 boroughs. I join my colleagues working across creative disciplines throughout the city in thanking the committee for your leadership. One key challenge facing arts entities of color is the lack of data and funding from the city's Department of Cultural Affairs, specifically in support of arts organizations of color. Over the last 2 years, through our Hugh Arts initiative, we've heard from hundreds of arts leaders who have shared the lack of financial support from the city and a need for greater funding for arts within communities of color. Arts organizations across the city like Weeksville, the Clemente, National Black Theater, Bronx Academy of Art and Dance, and other community-centered organizations is often overlooked, and greater favor and funding disproportionately are given to the cultural institution group and other predominantly white institutions. In order for the vibrancy that is New York City's arts and culture to be revived, we need long-term investment, specifically by the New York City Council. We need greater dedicated funding for Black, Indigenous, Latinx, Asian, and all people of color art spaces. They were impacted way before the COVID-19 pandemic. We believe an implementation and deployment of a new $40 million funding model will help accomplish the following: re-grant equitable funding to BIPOC arts entities across New York City, provide professional development opportunities to strengthen BIPOC arts entities, advocate for greater city-state policies and practices to provide support for BIPOC arts, and assist BIPOC arts entities in gaining long-term space to operate and thrive in New York. Thank you.
Ms. Sexton, Ms. Cunningham, and Ms. Gold, we heard from some of the SIGs about how beneficial baselining an additional $10 million would be. I would love to hear how it would benefit some of our non-SIG organizations or culturals. And go down the line.
You want to go first? Yeah, I put in the testimony, but it is that thing of every year looking at literally which programs am I going to be able to continue next year or which I'm going to have to cut back on. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make for stable support for our communities to have to be looking every year to say whether what programs you're going to be able to afford to do and what you're not going to be able to afford to do, and to go through this period and spend a lot of time where we're trying to get everybody's attention. And the people who can less afford to do what I'm doing right now are smaller organizations, organizations of color, organizations who are run by very few people and don't have government affairs wings. So it's particularly important for the smaller organizations, particularly important for the underfunded organizations. And as you're hearing from my colleagues here, Stephanie and Lisa, you know, the movements towards equity last year were a good first step, and there is still large parts of it left undone, right? So you need to add that $10 million as well. Not just because when those equity moves were made, there was some defunding and destabilization in the rest of the sector, but also it needs to go even further, right? It needs to fund those AAPI organizations. It needs to fund those small organizations of color who aren't even in the game yet. So.
Through the research that we've done through Hue Arts New York City, we learned that over 60% of Black, Indigenous, Asian, and Latinx arts organizations operate with budgets less than $500,000, right? And so what we know is that there is a need for greater capacity and support for these organizations to operate, and also the fact that the work that they do, the community work that they do, is also often overlooked. Because of the fact that their arts organization does much more than, exhibitions and such. And so we know that a baseline in support for these arts organizations would not only help them in the capacity they need, but also it would significantly help in the community work that they do. So that is really why we're very much interested in having, a line item specifically within the budget for Black, Indigenous, Latinx, and Asian arts organizations.
I just want to build on everything that my colleagues have already said. I think one thing that's very important to note about Stephanie's testimony, most of these culturally specific organizations have very small budgets, and as a result, cannot get the funding from private institutions, corporations, foundations. They're often overlooked. I had started to mention this statistic. Of predominantly white institutions, 65% of their funding comes from individuals. In BIPOC-led organizations and community-specific organizations, 9% of their funding comes from individuals. So we rely on government funding way more than the CIGs, than the larger predominantly white institutions. And when that funding is not baselined, we don't know if we're going to be able to operate the next year. We don't know if we're going to be able to serve that community. We don't know if we're going to pay those artists. So it is incredibly important, and even more so to BIPOC and smaller organizations, which tend to be BIPOC-led and serving, that funding is baselined.
And thank you so much for those responses. And Mr. Hernandez, you said that the New York Botanical Garden is seeing an attendance at pre-pandemic levels. What would you attribute to that success?
So back in July 2020, we started the Bronx Neighbors program, and it's offering free access for Bronx residents. I think that was one of the major attributes to that. Bronx people, especially living in the neighborhood around the garden, are learning more about the institution, especially during COVID. Since then, we received almost 50,000 Bronx residents at no cost. So I think that was a major attribute. And also it's the social media, it's the events happening again, holiday train show. We have a new Glow show as well during the holiday season. So, and also it's the exhibitions, not only Kusama, but last year we had around the table stories of the foods we love. And it's the first time we worked with local artists, you know, in the institution's history. So there's a lot of hype around what we're doing, the new programs we're offering, and also it's just the knowledge that's spreading throughout the Bronx community. So I would like to think those would be the attributes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. That concludes this panel. We'll now move to our next public panel, and I will read the names of the panelists for the following two. This will be the entirety of all of those we have registered for in-person testing. Planning to testify and do not hear your name in the next three panels, please see a sergeant and submit a witness slip. We've also had to change the order slightly, so just the next panel will be Public Panel 6, Ya-Yun Tang from New York Foundation for the Arts, Melody Capote, Tamia Santana from Ballet Hispanico, Anais Reyes from the Climate Museum. The panel after that, Public Panel 7, will be Jolene Noel from the new 42nd Street, Elizabeth Venditto from Museum of Jewish Heritage, Kate Madigan from the Public Theater, and Public Panel 8 will be Kimberly Olson from New York City Arts and Education Roundtable, Molly Nolan, and Jane Tara Curry. So again, the next panel will be Public Panel 6, Ya-Yun Tang, Melody Capote, Tamia Santana, Anais Reyes, and that's this next panel. Thank you so much. So if you are ready, the next panelist is Ya-Yun Tang. Thank you again for your patience, and you may begin your testimony when ready.
Thank you. My name is Ya-Yun Tang. I'm the Program Officer, Immigrant Artists Resource Center at the New York Foundation for the Arts, also known as NYFA. We are an arts service organization. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. As a cultural worker who supports immigrant artists and cultural producers living in our city, I couldn't emphasize enough the importance of city-level funding to the well-being of our artist community and our neighborhoods. More than 500 New York City-based immigrant artists from 76 countries who were part of NYFA's Immigrant Artist Mentoring Program since 2007 have become an essential fabric of New York City's communities. Our artists teach in under-resourced public schools, partner with CBOs to do socially engaging works, preserve and promote different cultural heritage for our community, and create new artistic languages to reflect our experience in the new adopted home. The other reason for New York City's vibrant culture and their work improves our community's mental health, quality of education, public safety, and general well-being. Thanks to DCLA, we are able to continue providing mentoring support as well as resources such as a monthly newsletter and public events through the newly created Immigrant Artists Resource Center, serving 10,000 immigrant artists annually. We're creating a new program which is a free, one-on-one immigrant artist career consultation in languages other than English. In order for us to continue our work, we need funding to support artists and to sustain our own operations. We ask you to increase funding to the council initiatives such as Cultural Immigrant Initiatives, CASA, SUCASA, and coalitions of theaters of color. We also asked the $40 million the council added to the cultural budget last year to be baselined, and also the additional $10 million to stabilize our sector. Thank you so much.
Okay, and the next witness will be Melody Capote.
Good afternoon, Chairman Osei and members of the City Council. My name is Melody Capote, Executive Director of the Caribbean Cultural Center, African Diaspora Institute. I'm here today to testify about the budget for DCLA, or Department of Cultural Affairs, and to advocate for the Cultural Equity Fund. I want you to know that as a leader of an organization of color that prides itself in addressing racial and social justice within arts and culture at every opportunity, CCCADI, as we're known, supports in major part the ask of the Culture at 3 community dedicated and aimed at keeping the DCLA $40 million increase untouched as we advocate for a cultural equity fund. A year ago, I asked you to consider establishing a $10 million cultural equity fund that would allow organizations of color to engage in the kind of programming that reaffirms and rematriates the cultures taken away from us through systemic racism. I want to make something very clear. What is happening before you is not an attempt by organizations of color to take funding away from the large cultural institutions that contribute so much to this city. It is the long overdue recognition of the work of small and mid-sized organizations, many of which serve communities of color in our neighborhoods, that I and many of us are talking about. Because arts and culture are such a profit center for the city of New York, we don't ask that the large organizations be funded less. What we do ask is that our organizations be funded more. This means a recalibration of funding. This means a cultural equity fund that many of us have been talking about for over 20 years. Over 20 years. While I can't understand why I can't understand why, I recognize that the Cultural Equity Fund may still take some legislative processing and learning, and that it may not make it to this year's budget again, although we are requesting to start this fund with only $10 million. Meanwhile, there are already existing areas of funding that need your attention and commitment with increases in fiscal '24. These include the Coalition of Theaters of Color, the CASA programs, the cultural immigration programs, and so on. We ask you to not only baseline DCLA, but increase these initiatives that are the lifelines to so many of our organizations. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. The next witness will be Tamia Santana from Ballet Hispanico.
Is this okay? Hi, my name is Tamia Blackman Santana, and I'm the Chief Officer of Engagement and Inclusion at Ballet Hispanico. Most importantly, I'm born and raised in Brooklyn, and there's only a few of us left, so I just want to say that. Okay. I thank you so much, and members of the Committee of Cultural Affairs and Libraries International Group Relations, for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm an advocate, here to advocate for City Council's expanded support for cultural organizations in fiscal year of 2024. In particular, organizations led by BIPOC leaders like Ballet Hispanico that provide enriching arts and cultural experiences and education for all New Yorkers. Ballet Hispanico was founded 53 years ago in 1970 by our founder, Tina Ramirez, to provide a safe haven for Black and brown families to learn about their culture. We have a new CEO and artistic director 15 years ago who grew the institution to be the largest Latinx, Latine, Hispanic institution in America. We're one of Ford's cultural treasures, and there's only 20 organizations around the country to receive this award. Ballet Hispanico, virtually and in person, reaches over 330,000 people annually. New York City, we know the BIPOC demographics are 70% of the population. In our New York City public schools, 41% of all of our children identified as Latinx, Latine. The next demographic is 24.7 is African American. We continue to have underrepresentation in pop culture, in performances, and California and Connecticut are the only schools in America to have required Latinx curricula. Ballet Hispanico is in partnership with our curriculum with Columbia University's Teachers College to go into the city and into our schools, teaching children about their culture and the African diaspora. With the DOE requirements, we go in through the arts, but we also talk about history and cultural relevance and Latinx methodologies and pedagogies. New York Department of Education, Chancellor Banks, and also Eric Adams remarked that children who see 6 or more culturally relevant and cultural experiences have a higher grade point average, report to be happier and have a higher retention. We are doing a lot to heal that. I'm sorry. Sir? What'd you say?
We are at time. I'm so sorry. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your testimony. And again, the council will review all testimony meticulously. For the record, the last person on the panel will be Anais Reyes from the Climate Museum.
Greetings, Chair Osei and members of the committee, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Anais Reyes, and I'm here as the Senior Exhibitions Associate of the Climate Museum. We are the first museum in the U.S. to focus on climate change, and we use arts and cultural programs to mobilize visitors for civic action on climate. However, I'm also here as a constituent of District 36, so it's great to meet you, Chair Osei, and thank you for your activism and your community service. People all over New York City of all ages, of all backgrounds, are anxiously asking, what can I do about climate change? And at the Climate Museum, we offer an answer to that question. Through interdisciplinary exhibitions and programs, we use the power of the arts to get people engaged with climate change, to connect people to actionable solutions, and to build resilient communities in the process. I have witnessed firsthand the transformation that occurs and the connection and empowerment that people feel when experiencing our programs. People have shared with us that because of our arts programming, they were compelled to reach out to their elected officials for the first time, or they felt hope and they felt home in our space, or they were compelled to use the arts to start dialogues with others. And because of the museum, I've also personally experienced a transformation from a siloed arts admirer and administrator to someone who is an engaged citizen and uses the arts to engage other citizens, all working towards communal improvement. Climate change is not just a scientific or social justice issue, but a cultural issue, and cultural tools must be used and applied to create the cultural shift that we urgently need. Support from the City Council and the DCLA has been vital in establishing the Climate Museum, and we look forward to deepening that partnership. Specifically, we'll be circling back to you and Chair Gennaro on a resolution to support the Climate Museum as we work to establish ourselves further and grow. We also have our first transit accessible pop-up exhibition located in Soho, and we would love to show you around there, and we'll be in touch with an invitation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and we do not have any questions, so that concludes this panel. Thank you so much for your time. Again, the council will be reviewing all written testimony, and you can submit testimony up to 72 hours after the hearing. .nyc.council.gov. Sorry, testimony. Apologies. The next public panel will be Jolene Noel from the new 42nd Street, Elizabeth Venditto from the Museum of Jewish Heritage, and Kate Madigan from the Public Theater. Okay, thank you. And again, the address for written testimony is testimony@council.nyc.gov. So we'll now move to public panel number 7. The first witness will be Jolene Noel from the new 42nd Street, and you may begin your testimony when ready.
Thank you, and thank you for having me here. It's really great to hear so many amazing institutions in the room today. I'm absolutely going to look up Bowling with My Kids at the Staten Island Children's Museum. That sounds fun. My name is Jolene Noel. I am the Senior Manager of Institutional Giving at the New 42nd Street and the New Victory Theater. We are New York City's premier performing arts organization dedicated to children and families. So if you do need a kid show to go to, we've got a really awesome circus show coming up. So the New Victory Theater presents a diverse array of world-class productions from across the globe designed to engage and educate New Yorkers of all ages. Our mission is to make extraordinary performing arts a vital part of everyone's life from the earliest years onward. I'm going to talk about one of our key programs, which Councilmember Brewer brought up, which is education in the schools, in classroom arts education. The New Victory Theater Education Program brings dynamic in-classroom arts education to students citywide with the aim of instilling confidence, building community, and empowering students to unleash their creative potential. City funding has been integral to the success of this impactful program by supporting deeply underwritten $2 student tickets to the New Victory School matinees, which is the same price as it was when we opened up in 1995, and up to 1,000 in-classroom workshops led by New Victory teaching artists and a digital library of modular activities and instructional videos. Many of our partner schools are returning for the first time since the start of the pandemic this year. As students and educators continue to recover from the isolating and disruptive effects of COVID-19, in-classroom arts education provides a unique opportunity to engage in collaborative and educational play. As one teacher noted, students are empowered by theater and hearing the different stories. They communicate with more confidence when theater is in their lives. In FY24, the New Victory Theater Education Program will partner with up to 150 schools, directly engaging over 25,000 students in all grades. And we really value accessibility as a core tenet of our program. So all of our shows have ASL interpreted productions, audio described, and sensory-friendly shows. And the city funding has been so helpful in making all of that happen. So thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Again, all of the committee does review written testimony if you submit that as well. You can submit additional written testimony if anything else comes up as well at testimony@council.nyc.gov. The next witness is Elizabeth Venditto from the Museum of Jewish Heritage.
Thank you, Chair Osei and members of the committee for hosting today's preliminary budget hearing. My name is Elizabeth Venditto, and I am the Director of Institutional Giving at the Museum of Jewish Heritage, a living memorial to the Holocaust. The Museum of Jewish Heritage educates diverse visitors about Jewish life before, during, and after the Holocaust. We are committed to the crucial mission of teaching about what unchecked hate and bigotry can do. We are dedicated to education and remembrance. The museum joins our peers in the cultural community in requesting that the $40 million added at adoption in fiscal '23 be restored and baselined. We request an additional $10 million split evenly between the CIG and our program group partners to help create more stability and equity within the sector. Finally, we ask for a full restoration of all cultural council initiatives. The Museum of Jewish Heritage is an essential resource for combating bigotry and anti-Semitism in New York City. We provide free admission for NYC public schools, CUNY students, and ID NYC cardholders. Our Holocaust curriculum, developed with support from the Department of Education, is a free and trustworthy resource for teachers. In the fall, we will open our first exhibition for elementary school students. Council funding has helped us as we rebuild our audience to 2019 levels. Prior to COVID, we served nearly 200,000 people per year and were open 6 days per week. This year, we are open 4 days per week, and we intend to have 100,000 visitors. Council funding provides essential support for our operations and security, funding which is difficult to get elsewhere. In a growing climate of Holocaust denial and misinformation, education is our first line of defense. The Museum of Jewish Heritage is deeply grateful for the Council's support of our work, and we urge your continued support for the essential work of the city's entire cultural sector. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last witness on this panel will be Kate Madigan from the Public Theater. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Kate Madigan, the Government Affairs Coordinator for the Public Theater. Nice to see you. The public is defined by New York City. Rooted in founder Joe Papp's first forays touring Shakespeare throughout all 5 boroughs during the 1950s, this cultural experiment was driven by a propulsive need to dismantle the traditional bounds of theater. And ever since then, our aim has been to create free and accessible theater for each New Yorker and visitor from around the world. As you know all too well, the entire field of live performing arts continues to suffer the effects of the pandemic, including, but not limited to, audiences that are not returning at the same levels they were pre-pandemic. Production costs are higher due to extreme inflation and supply chain issues. Lost revenue due to cancellations and postponements is high. One-time government funding opportunities has gone away, some of them, most of them. Our commitment to free programming relies on donors who are impacted by the current economic environment, resulting in significant challenges to our fundraising. The public is part of this reality. What is at stake as we navigate these challenges is nothing less than the survival of our organization and the continuation of our programs such as Free Shakespeare in Central Park, the public's downtown Astor Place offerings, our music performances in our Joe's Pub, and countless community engagement in emerging artist programs, including Mobile Unit that tours all 5 boroughs, our Children's Shakespeare Initiative in Hunts Point, which brings free Shakespeare classes to the kids of the South Bronx, and then they perform their own rendition of perhaps Romeo and Juliet to their peers and also have, their first instance of being on stage, and that's amazing. So we want that to continue, of course, with your help. And yep, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
I want to go to the circus.
Okay. Okay, and that concludes this panel, so thank you so much. So we will now move to our last in-person panel. If there is anyone here in the room or in the building that wishes to testify in person, please let the sergeant know that you are here and fill out a witness slip so that we know that you are present. Our last witnesses on public panel 8 before we move to remote testimony will be Kimberly Olson, Molly Nolan, and Jane Tara Curie. We'll just wait one moment for people to get settled. Just one moment. Now moving to public panel 8, our first witness will be Kimberly Olson from the New York City Arts and Education Roundtable. Thank you.
Hello and good afternoon. I've never done this in person. I'm so excited to be here. So a huge thank you to you, Chair Osei, as well as to your fellow committee members and council staff. We're so grateful for your passion, your leadership, and support of arts and culture in New York City. My name is Kimberly Olson, and I'm the Executive Director of the New York City Arts and Education Roundtable. Thousands of artist educators and cultural workers, as well as hundreds of arts and cultural organizations, to advance arts ed across all 5 boroughs and foster sustainability in the arts and cultural workforce. Thriving, vibrant, and colorful communities start with the arts. Engagement in the arts provides students with an avenue for learning and career development that simply is not measured by standardized tests. Instead, the arts creates a safe environment for students to learn important life skills that will help them reach their full potential. Arts and culture, as we've all heard, is a major economic driver here in New York City. Exposure in the arts then helps our students, supports pathways for employment in creative industries and beyond, of New York City arts lovers and patrons. There is no arts without arts education. Our future cultural leaders, museum goers, graphic designers, actors, audience members, musicians, and more are sitting in New York City classrooms waiting for that spark of love of the arts to be ignited, and one that will simply last a lifetime. Arts also means jobs. Arts education in particular is the lifeblood of almost 5,000 New Yorkers that we estimate to work as teaching artists across the boroughs. This highly specialized workforce supplements their income by teaching in New York City schools and communities. And despite this essential work, teaching artists were among the hardest hit by the pandemic and are still recovering the economic loss caused by COVID-19. Funding for arts partnerships through the New York City Department of Education, DCLA, and DYCD supports this arts workforce while expanding opportunities for our city's young people. To support the city's economic recovery and build a community that supports all New Yorkers, the city and state must baseline that $40 million added at adoption, a full restoration of Arts Initiative funding, continue and increase funding to $6 million for the support for arts instruction, and improve data transparency by providing a school-to-school breakdown of the state of arts education in public schools. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And our next witness will be Molly Nolan from Move the Money
My
New York
name
City.
is Molly Nolan. I'm a retired history professor and an active member of the Move the Money NYC Coalition, the promoter of Resolution 423, which asks the City Council to urge the federal government to move money from the Pentagon to the needs of our community. Getting more money for libraries and cultural affairs requires the council not only to fight Mayor Adams' disastrous austerity budget, but also to express its opposition to a federal government budget that wants to give nearly $1 trillion to the Pentagon. That money needs to be moved to the things we need for our community: better schools and libraries, healthcare, jobs, and housing. As an educator and as someone who is at the central branch of the Brooklyn Public Library at least once a week, I can testify to the vital importance of libraries. They provide every sort of book for all interests and needs, and here in NYC, books are not banned. Indeed, the Brooklyn Public Library is providing e-access to those in other parts of the country where schools and public libraries are removing books at a truly frightening rate. But libraries provide more than that. They give computer access and job hunting advice, literacy and citizenship classes. They offer concerts and lectures. They provide study spaces for school kids of all ages, story hours for preschoolers, and places to be warm and safe for those in need. They are indeed, as the sociologist Eric Kleinenberg says, palaces for the people. They're a necessary adjunct to our public schools, colleges, and universities. They're vital to helping create educated and skilled citizens of the sort our democracy and our economy need. Yet all too many people here in the city and nationwide think that the only way to safety and security and prosperity is to spend more for the police and the military and less for everything else. That is clearly not the way to enable people to develop their capacities and contribute to the development of our society, economy, and democracy. Therefore, we urge the committee and the council to oppose Mayor Adams' cuts and to support Resolution 423 and have a shift of priorities nationally as well as locally toward the needs of our community. Thank you very much for listening to us.
Thank you. And I am a co-sponsor on Resolution 423. And I don't know if May reached out from my team about bringing that to a hearing, but we've been supportive of that. No? We've discussed it. Okay, great.
Okay, and now we'll move to the final witness on this panel. Before we do so, just so people are aware and prepared, we will be moving to remote testimony next, and I'm just going to read the names of those people quickly so they can prepare and we can transition. It will be Lacey Tauber, Lowen Comito, Candace Thompson, and Risa Shoup. So apologies. We'll now move to our final panelist on Public Panel 8, Jane Tara Curie from Move the Money. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Osei and committee members. My name is Jane Tara Curry, and I am a native New Yorker residing in Brooklyn and an active member of Move the Money New York City campaign, which advocates for the passage of Resolution 423. I also support #CareNotCuts and #PeoplesBudget, and I oppose the deep cuts and reductions to libraries and cultural institutions proposed by Mayor Adams in the preliminary budget. Mayor Adams regularly claims that the city is on the edge of a fiscal cliff, that it is facing a tsunami of debt. What he doesn't talk about is why the largest city in the richest country in the world has to cut back on vital services. Most of the income tax dollars that our residents pay go to the federal government. What do the feds do with our tax dollars? More than 50% of the federal discretionary budget is spent on the military. And that number goes up every year. It's going to go up in 2024, too. Is our country safer or stronger if we can't afford to keep libraries open? A report by the Government Accountability Office released on March 7th of this year states that although the Department of Defense's spending makes up about half of the federal government's discretionary spending, and its physical assets represent more than 70% of the federal government's physical assets, it remains the only major agency that has never been able to accurately account for and report on its spending or physical assets. Just last week, more than 60 national and international faith-based groups issued a letter to Congress saying, the country is sprinting towards a $1 trillion budget for weapons and war, propping up an expensive and harmful militarized foreign policy while people struggle to meet their basic needs. We cannot continue down this morally bankrupt path. Our city leaderships should show the way for cities throughout the United States and be vocal about this misuse. The mayor won't do it. The city council needs to do it and pass Resolution 423. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. That concludes this panel. And we will now move to remote testimony via Zoom. The names of the next panelists, and then we will read the names of our final panelists, are Lacey Tauber, Lowen Comito, Candace Thompson, and Risa Shoup. Just one moment. After that, public panel 10 will be Sarah Mercanti, Giulietta Fiore, Madaha Kinsey Lamb, and Jane Wade. We will have one more panel after that, but we will read the names after this panel. So again, we will now move to our next witness on Public Panel 9, which is Lacey Tauber. You may begin your testimony when the sergeant calls the clock.
Starting time.
There we go. Thank you. Hi, my name is Lacey Tauber. I'm representing Brooklyn Borough President Antonio Reynoso here today. Thank you, Chair Osei, for holding this hearing. My testimony is going to focus on 3 issues: libraries, the Cultural Development Fund, and the capital budget. So the Borough President wants to be very clear that the proposed cuts to our city's libraries are unacceptable. While he understands that our financial future is precarious, cutting essential services that serve all New Yorkers, including some of our most vulnerable populations in their communities, is not the answer. In my testimony, I have a list of 14 bullet points of services that our Brooklyn Public Library provides other than lending out books. In addition to lending out books, I won't read them all or we'd be here all day. Some of my favorites are live tutoring sessions for our students, citizenship exam coaching and legal services for immigrants, jail-based services for incarcerated individuals, and reentry services for the formerly incarcerated. I really don't have time to list them all, yet the admin wants to cut $8 million from the BPL's budget over the next 4 years, which their CEO has said would mean agonizing choices about shortening hours, cutting programs and collections, and rolling back services. We cannot in good conscience allow this to happen, especially with the NYPD on track to charge our city over $800 million in overtime this fiscal year. The next piece is about the Cultural Development Fund. Last year, the BP encouraged the agency to develop an equitable methodology that considers both organization size and populations served. Yet we know that even though DCLA has taken steps toward this goal, last year's allocations have left many cultural organizations scrambling. I see Reese's here from ART New York. That organization shared some really interesting data with us. I'll let them talk about it. But I will say it just raised some concerns about whether the reallocation was achieving its goals and really hitting these. Oh, was that time?
Yes, sorry, that's time. But we will, if you can just wrap it up, we also will have written testimony.
Okay, can I say one thing about the capital budget really quickly? Is just that the BP has stated his intention to develop an acquisition fund for nonprofit organizations. And it's very disappointing that DCLA doesn't facilitate property acquisition with its capital dollars. It's really limiting what our office can do with our capital budget. We want to help small nonprofit organizations find permanent space so that they can focus on their work and not worry about being displaced from their spaces. And we understand that this is really just a resource issue for the agency, and we want to work with the council to address this so that we can start really helping these groups find permanent space. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next panelist will be Lauren Comito. You may begin your testimony when the sergeant calls the clock.
Time.
There we go. Sorry about that. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify and speak to the committee today, especially remotely. I'm out sick today. You wouldn't want me in the room with you. My name's Lauren Comito. I'm a library manager here in New York City and the executive director of Urban Librarians Unite. We're a 501c3 nonprofit organization based in Brooklyn that focuses on supporting library workers in cities across the US. And I'm really excited to be able to introduce our organization to you and its amazing volunteers. The City Council's has a long tradition of supporting the public libraries in New York City, and we're really grateful that you're all here on this committee to continue that tradition. You've already heard the library presidents testify about how important the libraries are to our city and our neighborhoods and our neighbors, and they are. And they also testified about how important staff are to the library's functioning, which is also true. Services provided by the libraries are driven by staff. The amount of time it takes to provide these services is, astronomical. And the fact that we are so creative and committed in this city to providing truly excellent library services is a testament to the quality of the people who work for and in our libraries. But between staffing shortages, right-wing abuse of libraries, and the stress of rebuilding our entire profession post-pandemic, libraries workers need your support today more than we have before. We need the funding to continue to do that work in a way that is healthy and sustainable for us as workers. We're in a unique position today. In the past, I would have asked hyperbolically, like, what would a city with limited libraries look like? But we now know exactly what that looks like. It looks like a city where our neighbors are isolated from each other and kids can't sit still for story time. So we hope to maintain a budget that, shows the value that we have for libraries in our city. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for wrapping up as well and understanding with the clock. And please submit written testimony if there's anything else that anyone would like to add. Our next...
Better.
Yeah, and please feel better, the chair says. And our next witness will be Candace Thompson-Zachary from Dance NYC. You may begin when the sergeant calls the clock.
Starting time.
Hi, greetings, Chair Osei and Cultural Affairs Committee. My name is Candace Thompson-Zachary. I'm the Director of Programming and Justice Initiatives at Dance NYC, a service organization advancing the interests of the dance industry in the metropolitan New York City area. And our diverse constituents include Black, Indigenous people, people of color, immigrants, disabled dance workers, and dance organizations, businesses, and groups. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. The dance industry contributes $300 million annually to the city's economic activity, not including contributions from fiscally sponsored and for-profit enterprises and sole proprietors. And as we've heard today, the creative industry overall contributes 13% to New York's economic activity. Dance is typically the least funded of the performing arts, and our workers face considerable barriers to be able to do their work despite our contributions to not only dance, but also education, social services, tourism, etc. Currently, our research suggests that dance workers maintain 5 jobs to earn a living and do not have adequate health care or retirement benefits. 36% of dance-making organizations are in weak or very weak financial shape, and 56% do not hold a reserve or any savings. Furthermore, our COVID impact research shows that 16% of dance workers left the city, 25 dance organizations have shut down or closed, and the smallest organizations, mainly BIPOC-led, have been impacted the most, with budgets shrinking by as much as 52%. I want to paint this picture so that we understand the reality of the dance community and to underscore that financial stability is a critical need to allow the dance industry and its workers to remain in the city, continue to be a part of the workforce and keep dance and the arts in classrooms, community centers, on our parkways for New York Caribbean Carnival, and on Broadway. Studies have shown the significant impact that the arts has on improved outcomes for mental health, safety, and other dimensions of social well-being. I request that you ensure arts and culture funding by baselining the $40 million added last year to the FY23's funding for DCLA, allocating the additional $10 million to the $40 million baseline to ensure equitable funding and to restore full funding to the council initiatives that do so much for our communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your testimony. And before we move to the final witness on this panel, just one note to let people know that they're coming up next. We'll have 2 more public panels that are both remote after this panel, and then that will conclude public testimony. We will check for anyone that we inadvertently missed before we conclude, both in person and remote. So if we did not call your name, there will be a chance to raise your hand, but I'm just going to read those names before we go to Risa Shoup on this panel. So public panel 10, which will be the next one, will be Sarah Mercanti, Giulietta Fiore, Madaha Kinsey Lamb, and Jane Wade, followed by public panel 11, Jonathan Silverstein, Jordana De La Cruz, Sarah Mercanti, and Jonathan Silverstein. That is a repeat. So it'll just be those 2. So again, we will check for anyone we inadvertently missed. But first, we're going to the final witness on this panel, Risa Shoup. Thank you for your patience, and you may begin your testimony when ready.
Starting time.
Thank you, Councilmember Osei and members of the committee, as well as thank you to everyone here today advocating on behalf of the cultural sector and all of the artists and other workers who carry that forward. My name is Risa Shoup. I am a co-executive director of the Alliance of Resident Theaters New York, more fondly known as Art New York. We are a membership organization serving all nonprofit and nonprofit and spirit theaters throughout the city. We have over 150 individual practitioner members and over 475 theater company members. They range in size from theater companies that are unincorporated groups of recent MFA grads to institutions that have testified here today, like Lincoln Center and the Public Theater. I join my colleagues today in requesting that the $40 million that was added to the FY23 budget be baselined for FY24, plus an additional $10 million, plus full restoration of all council initiatives. Thank you so much. Theater holds a mirror up to nature. Theater gives us an opportunity to build empathy and to develop creative new solutions to problems. We live in an undeniable moment of overlapping, overwhelming national and international crises. And I truly believe that we need theater as a way to envision a better way forward, to get out of these crises, and frankly, also to bring us joy, which is essential fuel when we are struggling. Art New York provides theater makers with cash grants, access to subsidized space, educational resources, and opportunities for convenings and peer learning. The work that Art New York does to provide this essential stabilizing and capacity building support to our members allows those members in turn to create jobs through the productions that they put on stage, as well as the educational programs that they develop. And it also helps them to—
Your time has expired.
All right, thank you very much. I'll submit written testimony.
All right, thank you so much. And again, we will meticulously review it, so really appreciate that. The next panel, and this concludes this panel, we do not have any questions from council members, so we'll move to public panel 10. This is our second to last panel. I'll read the names of the witnesses again. We're going to have a slight change. Panel 10 will be Sarah Mercanti, Giulietta Fiore, and Madaha Kinsey Lamb, followed by public panel 11, which is Jane Wade, Jonathan Silverstein, and Jordana De La Cruz. So Sarah Mercanti is our next witness. Thank you again for your testimony, and you may begin your testimony when the sergeant calls the clock.
You may begin.
Thank you so much, Chair Osei and esteemed members of this committee for this opportunity to provide testimony. My name is Sarah Mercanti, and I am the Director of Government Relations for the Roundabout Theater Company, represented by City Council members Eric Botcher and Majority Leader Keith Powers. Thank you all for everything you have done for the arts in our city, the cultural epicenter of the world. As the nation's largest nonprofit theater, Roundabout strives to pioneer programming that meets the ever-evolving challenges of our industry and community, such as our theatrical workforce development program, which provides direct pathways to backstage careers for New York's underemployed youth. Since reopening from COVID 2 years ago, our audiences on average remain at 50% of pre-COVID numbers. Even with an abridged 5-show season, we are projecting a $4 million deficit for FY23. Despite these losses, we remain committed as ever to serving artists, providing arts education initiatives to over 24,000 New Yorkers, and stewarding our physical plant of 5 historic theaters in Manhattan's Theater District. The federal relief funding that kept us afloat has gone, our audiences have not fully returned, and we thus remain in a financial crisis. New York City's cultural organizations are united here today and asking for the following for FY24. For the baseline of $40 million that was added to last year's culture budget, for an additional $10 million to equitably fund the entire cultural ecosystem, without increasing the amount of funding available to all of us nonprofits, organizations, including Roundabout are at risk. We very gratefully received safety net funding in FY23 from the CDF. However, unfortunately, this isn't guaranteed for FY24, and it should be to stabilize our field. And finally, for the increase in funding to council initiatives, especially CASA. Our programming delivers critical services that will boost students' social emotional learning, and ensure their long-term success. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony. The next witness will be Giulietta Fiore. You may begin your testimony when ready. Or, apologies, when the sergeant calls the clock.
You may begin.
Hi there. My name is Giulietta Fiore, and I am testifying today on behalf of the Historic House Trust of New York City, an organization that works to preserve 23 historic houses that tell the inclusive stories of those who have enriched our city's past. These sites flourish today as historic landmarks, museums, educational centers, cultural beacons, and public green spaces, thanks to our nonprofit partners and in collaborations with New York City Parks. Integrated into communities across all 5 boroughs, we believe that these publicly owned historic sites are critical to a dynamic cityscape. They keep the past alive for hundreds of thousands of visitors annually and provide programs for school children and residents to address specialized community needs at the intersection of history, culture, and the arts. From concerts to contemporary art exhibitions, the programs our partners offer are drivers of equity and community in areas that in many cases are underserved by the cultural sector at large. Every dollar that the city provides in support of this work is an investment in New York City's diverse communities. Our museum partners, many of which operate with small staffs and small budgets, continue to feel the impact of COVID-19. Unable to generate funds from admissions, programs, or events due to extended site closures, these community-based museums lost up to 50% of their annual revenue while at the same time pivoting to provide essential relief and recovery services to their surrounding neighborhoods. During this period, New York City Parks also suffered from budget cuts that further endangered the historic houses, despite increased usage of their gardens and grounds as refuges during the pandemic. Like many other cultural organizations, we are still reeling from losses in revenue, staff, and programming. With more DCLA support, our partner museums can heal from years of uncertainty and pursue innovative new tactics for enhancing community vibrancy in an altered cultural landscape. Thank you for this opportunity to voice our needs and for hearing our call to help sustain the places that help make New York City unique.
Thank you so much for your testimony. At this point, we'll move to the last witness on this panel, Madaha Kinsey Lamb. You may begin your testimony when the sergeant calls the clock.
You may begin.
Hello, my name is Madaha Kinsey Lamb, and I am the president and founder of Mind Builders Creative Arts Center. Thank you all, each of you, for your dedicated service and attention to this critical process. We appreciate the support you give that equips Mind Builders to help transform the lives of our youth, families, and community by nourishing their realization of how powerful, beautiful, and capable they are. I started Mind Builders in 1978 in the Northeast Bronx. Our state-of-the-art facility houses Mind Builders music, dance, theater, visual arts, martial arts, a pre-kindergarten, and community folk culture programs for close to 700 students every week, including audiences in the thousands annually for productions and presentations. Back in 1984, through their personal loan guarantees, our board at that time of parents and other regular folk like me purchased what was then a fire-damaged 4-story former municipal building for $20,000 in order to reach the hundreds of students who were on our waiting list. Eventually, Mind Builders completed a $9 million renovation in 2015. Our students and families come from every zip code in the Bronx and beyond, and are predominantly African American, Caribbean, Latinx, African, and Middle Eastern youth, many from the disinvested neighborhoods and housing projects local to our area. Mind Builders employs over 50 staff members coming from every borough. Each staff member often fulfills the work of 2 or 3 positions. I'm testifying today because our organizations, including the dynamic work of the Coalition Theaters of Color, have not had an increase in baseline funding for over 10 years. We ask that the council baselines the $40 million that was added to DCLA last year and add the $10 million to address the real costs of this work that goes up each year as new and increasing needs require more of us. Full support of DCLA and of all the council initiatives is a serious need. The extraordinary challenges, commitment, and successes of community-based cultural organizations and legacy organizations led by Black and Brown people need your attention and special support beyond the ordinary. The generations of inequity and racism continue. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We have no questions for this panel, so we'll now move to our final panel today. Again, we will check for anyone that we inadvertently missed, and if you have anything else to add, we will meticulously be reviewing written testimony, so thank you. Our final panel will now be two people. We have a brief update, so it will be Jane Wade and Jordana De La Cruz. So the next witness is Jane Wade, and you may begin your testimony when the sergeant calls the clock.
You may begin.
Hi, sorry for the confusion. I'm just
apologies. I just got a notice about that. Okay, yeah, apologies. So I just went through a list of people logged in, so that's my fault. So our last witness on this panel will be Jordana De La Cruz. Apologies for the oversight, and thank you again for your patience. I know you were here in person, so we really appreciate it. You may begin your testimony when the sergeant calls the clock.
You may begin.
Hi, thank you for providing an opportunity to testify at this committee hearing. I am Jordana De La Cruz, and I am the co-director of JACK. JACK is a performance meets civic space in Clinton Hill, Brooklyn, and our mission is to fuel experiments in art and activism, collaborating with adventurous artists and our neighbors to bring about a more just and vibrant society. That means that we work with dance, music, and theater artists in collaboration with our neighbors from different backgrounds to come together, create art, and speak their truths. Equally as important at JACK was we provide mutual aid, such as food distribution hub earlier in the pandemic, and as well as right now we are acting as a distribution site for COVID rapid test and masks. We also hold town halls, forums for the majority of our BIPOC neighbors, for giving them a place to speak during this place of gentrification. We have lost so many arts organizations during the pandemic, putting an even bigger strain on those of us who are still standing. This means we're taking on more artists, more initiatives than ever before with less resources. If we're expected to be the great theater capital of the world and to be in these off-Broadway incubators for new talent, we need the resources for the artists, for the community, and for the staffs to keep it all going. If the cuts proposed are issued, we're going to either be forced to cut the number of artists we work with or keep the artists and cut their fees overall.
Okay, thank you so much for your testimony. That is our final witness, so it concludes public testimony for today. We will do one check just to make sure that we have not missed anyone. And I'm just going to read the names of individuals who had registered as well to make sure no one is here. If there is anyone in person in the room or in the building, please let us know now if you would like to testimony. So the names of people that registered are Yanari Rodriguez, Shazia Chowdhury, Emily Drabinski, Alex Radabau, Jordana De La Cruz, apologies. Again, some duplications. Juan Colquetta, Nicholas Shearman, Cheryl Warfield, Tanisha Grant, Tom Angelo, Vladimir Martinez, Nydia Leaf, Alex Stein, and Jonathan Silverstein. We're not seeing anyone appearing on Zoom or any additional individuals. So with this, we will return to the chair. This concludes the public testimony portion of today's budget hearing.
Great job, everybody. Have a great evening and rest of your afternoon.